that a couple seconds to marinate until we see video start to display here. I wish I could automate this. I probably can. I just need to get a little bit more clever with my automation. We have a lot of automation here. That's why, does Willow want to go to a rave? Yes. I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to Photoshop rave glasses on Willow. That would have been funny. Okay, so there's YouTube. I'll give that another second to, oh, my dog collar fell. Give that another second to marinate. And then I am going to open up this. Okay, so that's stream chat. This one here is what I want. And I want to auto find and activate. Okay, so now that's activated. And so now we have visibility of YouTube comments. And that should pop them in. And we'll just do a quick little... Okay, Madam U said A, and it's not... Whoa, it is on there. And did it show up? Yes, it did. Sorry, Madam U. I saw the comments from yesterday's stream. I forgot to do what I just did right now, which is another additional step in sort of my stream setup. And it ended up making it so that I didn't see any of the YouTube chats from yesterday, which is bad. That's bad. Bad streamer. Bad streamer. But we're live. We're live on both YouTube and Twitch, and now people can leave comments, even though it is technically illegal for me to do. My stream is small peanuts enough that I don't get in trouble for it. I don't get in trouble for it. Where is my frame face? There it is. Let's get that a little bigger here. Yoink. Oh, okay, hold on. Control Z. Shift. There we go. Shift keeps the aspect ratio. There we go. That's a slightly larger bother on your screen. And then chat. You can't see the latest chat if it's like that. So I guess what we're going to do is pop me under. I'm actually going to pop under the chat. There we go. Boop. My engagement farming is complete. Yeah, I was saying, listen, I'm a streamer. I will do the most underhanded thing possible in my sort of pantheon of tricks and things. I will do the most underhanded thing to get engagement bait out onto the internet as a whole. Today we are making fun of a streamer who shall not be named because I am actually, by Twitch toss, you are not allowed to say anything negative about another streamer, even though all of those super popular streams do nothing but talk negatively about each other. I'm not going to do that. We're already violating toss with the YouTube comments up on screen. So let's keep our crimes to a minimum. But boy howdy, lack of caring about an animal was on display. I'm not even commenting about the shock collar because dogs in shock collars are sometimes a necessary evil. Some dogs are very difficult to train, and so when your back's in a corner, you go to the negative reinforcement of a shock collar. You should never, off the bat, do that. There are proper ways to train dogs, and there are proper ways to treat dogs. You know, Willow barks all the time at the door. It doesn't get into the microphone. It's far enough away. My friend has a border collie that he used a shock collar on. He said, absolutely never use the shock function on it. He used the vibrate and the beep. And when the border collie starts barking at the door, he will just take it out of the bin and put it on a table. And the dog is like, all right, I understand. I will stop barking. But man alive, you should not casually use that function. That's the worst kind of training you can do with a dog. It's only for dogs that could potentially really harm themselves if they don't listen to you. You know, it's supposed to be the lesser evil. And we're lucky. Willow's a very nice dog. She listens to everything we do, and we've never had to discipline her at all. She's just a wonderful little puppy. She is obstinate, though. She will ignore you. She'll stand in the middle of the street or sit in the middle of the street, and I'll be like, Willow, there's a car coming. You got to come over here. Willow, Willow, Willow. And she just won't hear me. And I have to go grab the leash and like pull her to the side. Come on, let's get out of the way of the car. So... And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please be blissfully unaware. We're making a cool looking collar today. I was thinking of a project that I wanted to do. Hello, Bother. What's up, Bring Gigi? I was thinking of a project that I wanted to do, and if I really wanted to take advantage of the situation, I bought a shock collar from Amazon during Amazon Deal Day. I thought this would be funny. I'll mess around with it. I didn't think at the time actually, the shock collar potentially could interfere with my glucose monitor because that's a bimetallic wire that goes under the skin, and I don't really know what that's going to do to a Bluetooth device. Possibly nothing, because it would probably be localized if I was shocking like my arm or something like that. But I have multiple pieces of medical equipment on my body right now, so maybe I don't want to mess with a shock collar. But what I wanted to do was set up, if I really wanted to take advantage of this and do a funny project, is make it so that when Willow barks, I get shocked. I think that would be amazing. Willow, stop barking! You gotta stop barking! Oh. That would be that's sort of the Uo's Lab idea of a project that I could do with Willow. If she barks, I get shocked. But we're not going to do that. What I decided when I was taking Willow for a walk last night is that the neighbors have fancy LED sort of rave collars. And I bought this one to be, so that Willow would also have a fancy LED rave collar. But you can see the first setting on this thing is blink. So I don't want that. I don't want the first setting to be blink. I had something else that I wanted to talk about today, and I totally forgot. I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, so that's the idea for the project. I was sort of walking Willow, and I was like, man, it's getting dark out. We probably should have the LED collar on. And then I'm like, wait a minute, we just did something with wLED. Like, that seems kind of cool. These get kind of warm. We're not going to use the LPD8806s, though. I bought other LED rope, or whatever you call it, to go in this. So today, we're not going to be able to really like do the LEDs in the collar, but we will be able to kind of explore how I think this thing should work and maybe figure out what to do with it and get an idea of how we're going to put this thing together. Hoo-wee. Yeah, anyway, so that's what I've been working on. I've been thinking about this one for a while. wLED is so much fun. It seems like it's kind of a neat little platform. The only problem that I have with it is that they don't use the ESP Deep Sleep. ESP88, all the ESPs, all these wireless microcontrollers that have Wi-Fi, they can go into a deep sleep, and you can do a timed deep sleep on it, so that it doesn't use up all the battery when it's just using quiescent current. Like, I don't need to be connected to Wi-Fi at all times. Maybe when I hold the button down, I want it to connect to Wi-Fi. But I don't know if wLED is doing anything like that. They're just like, nah, we're not going to engage with that at all. I think they added a timer deep sleep to wLED, but I don't need the timer deep sleep. I need the slightly less deeper sleep that will allow me to have a button turn on and off the thing. So the solution that I found while doing research last night, can you believe I actually did homework? That's weird. While doing my minor amount of research in 2024, a suggestion rolled through on one of the threads in wLED asking about a deep sleep function, and it was, you could put an ESP88, you could put an ESP connected to your ESP, and the first one can go into a deep sleep and turn the other one off. That's why we're at the breadboard, though, because we might want to test that. I figure the LEDs consume way more power than the ESP32 awake and listening. Yeah, but you got to understand that the default for this dog collar is going to be hanging up at the front door. This is going to hang up at the front door for most of the day, and then at night, I pop this baby on Willow, and then I can shock her. No, I pop this baby on Willow, and then she is a portable rave. So during the time of the day when the sun's out and we're not raving, I don't want this thing to suck down the batteries and kill itself, basically. It'll suck down all of the quiescent current just connected to Wi-Fi. This is the lion's share of current, all the LEDs being bright, doing what they do, keeping cars from careening into my poor little corgi. But yeah, I want to be able to use it at least twice before I have to recharge it. If push comes to shove, I mean, I guess this could live on the recharger, but I don't really want that. I need it to be able to turn off. And if that means I need to mod in a physical switch, then I guess so be it. We don't have a lot of room in the control box, too. We got to check that out. A reed switch. That's actually not a bad idea. I could hide a magnet, like, right there, and then put like a reed right here, and then that way. That is actually a really good idea, and it might get down to that. or put like a, well, the thing is the waterproof nature. A reed switch would be waterproof. We could maybe put something in the, there's like a little space in the latch right there where you could put, we could put a reed down here. Look at this. That's a great idea. What a good idea. Damn it. When your whole stream gets derailed by an actual legitimately good idea. Yeah, so if I hide a magnet in the latch piece and modify this so that the magnet will fly in there on the end, and then I can have little wires coming out of this thing. I was going to stack two ESPs on top of each other, and then it wouldn't have been big enough for me to put into this control box. I don't know if I still have all my reed relays, though. I don't want to have to buy a reed. Ugh. I'll have to think about this, because I used to have a huge collection of reed relays, and they were little glass tubes that had just the contact inside of it. And you put a magnet near it, and it would turn on the contact. It could probably handle a lot more current. It was glass though, so I don't know about that. I have magnetometers, but we're not doing that. We want the dumb reed relay just to click. That or some other kind of contact, or some other kind of switch. I'm not sure. Did we run out of music? Oops. No, we're in the middle of the mix, so it's just calming down. Yeah. So that's something that we definitely have to check out, because that's a good idea. And it's right by the control box. I just have to make sure that the collar connection doesn't like get in the way or wear down the wires or anything. Without making this into too much of a Frankenstein device, because this is supposedly waterproof right now, and it's got a nice USB-C connector on the side. So I want to preserve those things so I can plug in USB and recharge it, and then I can have it sitting upstairs, and when I press the button to turn it on, I guess I'll close this, and then maybe we'll repurpose the power button to be the mode button, so I can flip modes if I want to. I can flip mode squad. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. I wonder if you could pull out effects code from wLED to just run on a simple microcontroller like an AVR for better power efficiency. Deep sleep is not a bad idea. Yeah, deep sleep, but putting one microcontroller into the other, like in a little daisy chain, is weird. Could you use wLED? Well, there's the fast LED library, which is the basis of wLED. I don't know about the specific examples, but I'm sure you could drop into the GitHub and use something more efficient. But I mean, the ESP8806, it's not terribly. I mean, we are drawing 600 milliamps for all these. I'm not gonna have this many, but Windows Update, snooze. Yeah, so the deep sleep that I would want would implement the power button, and we would just always be connected to the LED strip. Although, from what I hear, you need to put a FET on the power to the LED strip. So you deactivate the FET, go into deep sleep, and then we're not using practically any, it's like microamps. And then when I hit the button, I want it to come out of deep sleep, close the FET, and do the wLED stuff. So I don't know if I can tack that on to one microcontroller, but the suggestion was to use two, and then you have the one wLED microcontroller, or sorry, you have your ESP programmed through Arduino, and that's monitoring the button and controlling two FETs. One FET goes to the ESP that's running wLED, the other one goes to the LED strip, so that when you hit that button, it comes out of deep sleep, activates the two FETs, and then allows the wLED thing to do its thing. How quickly does wLED turn on? Oh, it's pretty much instant. Okay, so that comes right up. Yeah, that would, I mean, this is what bothers me, is when I first turn on this dog collar, it does this flashy, and so you gotta hit it like 4 times before you get to the solid color. With wLED, I can have it come up into the thing that I want it to go to first. That was less than a second. That was way less than 3 seconds. But they haven't really implemented wLED deep sleeps for the ESPs, even though they champion the ESP platform. I mean, they love those damn things for wLED. I guess you have no presets yet. And you have there's a playlist. I could have Willow operating off of a playlist of different effects. She could be like a police siren if I wanted her to be. Android. What is Android? This is kind of cool. That one's actually kind of cool. Oh boy, how's everybody doing? I am ready to be done with my teeth. I have an appointment next week to do some cavity filling of the very minor cavities that I have, and then I have to go back probably the week after, and then I'll finally be done with teeth. I haven't had my teeth looked at in 10 years, and I had 5 cavities. I never got cavities. I've been keeping my teeth really well maintained, which is not evident by the number of cavities that I had, but I had been keeping my teeth very well maintained. I've got a Sonicare toothbrush, and I bought a water pick. It's not a very good one, but it does its job of trying to keep food out of the recesses of my mouth. But it all caught up with me in 10 years. I guess it's good to do your 6-month appointments, everybody. But yeah, it cost me about the price of a car to get all this stuff fixed. Stupid luxury bones. I don't, you know, this country, separating dental health from regular health is really dangerous. It's not a good precedent, and we're fully in it, baby. The whole thing was coming back from World War II. I guess there were salary caps on workers, and so they decided to get around those salary caps, they would have benefits that would, you know, benefit the workers, and so your benefits included dental. And so that pulled dental away from medical insurance, which is not good, because mouth health is health. It's still a part of your body, right? What's up, Gonad? If I still had the thing that I bought on Amazon Deal Day, I looked around. I thought I kept it back here, but I think I threw it out. I did not want to have a dog shock collar on hand. Let me check the gadget drawer. Maybe it's in the gadget drawer over here. I didn't want to have that evil on hand because we don't use it on dogs. But what I could do is modify it so that when Willow barks and gets too loud, I get shocked. That was the original inception of the idea of today's stream, but then I decided to settle on lighting. Illuminating my dog so that she does not get hit by a car when we go on our walks. You know, I still have this Baofeng, and I've never known what to do with it. Apparently these are super hackable. Like, you can do all kinds of cool stuff with them, and this is one of the unregulated ones. This is an early one. Yeah, she's getting ground FX. What's funny is when this collar goes on her, it sinks into her mane. She's got so much hair, such thick hair around her neck that it ends up just being this weird illumination under her fur. Dentists are really expensive. Here in France is also noticeably expensive, but not as much as you'd think. You know, it's like, it's getting on to doctor prices in America, and in America, doctor prices are absolutely broken, just broken. But man, I can't stress enough, tooth health is body health. It's part of the whole package deal, you know? Same with mental health. Mental health is your brain. Address these things, be on top of it. Don't be like me and don't go for a decade. They're pricey in the UK. The free ones are scary. I would assume that a teaching dentist is probably pretty scary. I went to a good dentist. It's one that everybody was telling me to go to, and they're very good. They have all the nice equipment, and they did do a good job. Right now, it's weird. I'm adjusting to having this ceramic cap on the back tooth, because for a while, the back tooth felt like just a flat platform, which was weird, because my tongue doesn't typically interact with that back tooth. I can kind of feel it on the side of my tongue sometimes, and if I flip my tongue around and go backwards a little bit with it, I can feel that tooth, and when I do, it's completely smooth. All of my other teeth have like ridges and stuff on them. This one is completely smooth. It's very weird feeling in the back of my mouth, but at least my cheek is displaced enough now, and when I bite down, my jaw isn't trying to like go crooked when I bite down. It looks like I don't have the shock collar anymore. I got rid of that thing with gusto. I think I threw it in the garbage, but it's possible that I stashed it somewhere and I just don't know where it is. And I haven't interacted with that storage in a while. So I just don't know it's there. But it's good that it's gone, because we don't do that stuff here. I got the thing for comedy's sake. And we could have really utilized it now that you know, that sort of news is popping off. Actually, I think it's already died down, and the streamer hopefully will, well, no, not hopefully for them. They're just going to keep doing their thing. Wait a minute. Do we have, wait, this is, oh, I got more LED stuff. I've got 2 more strips of LEDs on the way. One of them is really, really dense, but this one will actually fit in the collar. So this may be what we use. I just found this. Just looking around in my storage. I got to remember when I have these things. Man alive. So what's back here? Is there, I'm looking for like the little remote. Oh, that's the universe projector. If we could fit this into the dog collar, I would. This is the thing that makes that really cool universe pattern. Oh, it's in shambles. It's in shambles. It's absolutely a mess. We took it apart and it never went back together, and that's sort of a death sentence for a lot of electronical things around here, is when we take something apart and I don't put it back together because I'm like, I'm going to put this in a different thing and it'll look cool. Nope, didn't happen. I was going to poise it around the server rack and have the universe projection on the server rack. Dense LED strips are cool. I got one with 322 LEDs per meter. Jeez, the ones on Amazon went up to like 144, which sounds like a 144p, but they were the WS2812B like chip, like single WS2812 per LED thing. These are smaller than the other ones. I think the other ones I got are larger. I mean, the goal for this is illumination, not necessarily density. So I figure more LEDs means more brighter, which, you know, yeah, why not? So does this thing still have battery in it? I haven't had it on a charger. Oh, it still has battery. Yeah, I got 2 bars. I probably will want to charge this. I think I still have the charging adapter somewhere. What are some illegal frequencies that I can get on? There's so many features in this thing, and it would be good to kind of learn how to use it. I gotta look up the old Baofeng, because this is probably turbo illegal for me to have without a license. This is the UV5R. Let's see if we can still buy one. Baofeng. Oh, there it is, UV5R. 2-way radio, dual band, listing on Amazon. Oh, 16 bucks. What the? 16, it seems criminal. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, it's the battery. That's just the battery. The radio itself. $20. $20? Oh, it's like an update. I see. UV5R. That's just the battery. Yeah, Li-ion battery. That's just the battery. 30 bucks. That's just the battery. No, 30 bucks. You can get 2 of these things. All right, so they're not that special. Maybe make 3 or 4 LED dog collars. You can sell them. Custom stuff is so much better than off the shelf. It's possible that I could do that. I would have to design an enclosure probably and modify it, because I don't want to, like, if I were to sell it, I wouldn't want to have to modify several dog collars. Well, I guess I could do that. Yeah, if this works out well enough. We'll see though. We're just exploring this right now. I mean, this is our sort of idea session and planning, because one of the suggestions that we got early on from Ciano was that we incorporate the switch for the thing in the clasp. And if I'm doing that, that means it's going to be like wires going all over the place. This is elegant as it is right now because it's waterproof and it's simple. It just has a USB-C port on the side and a big power button on the front. And if we were able to utilize the sleep functions in wLED, which I don't think we will be able to, we could have it operate off of basically the same exact way. And that's the most elegant solution here, is if it can sleep and then I can press the button and turn it on to a preset that's not flashing like that. That'd be something like this for the preset. Clip a dollar store bike lights onto a collar for budget version. I mean, you know, I can get the lights that automatically do patterns and stuff, but we're not doing a budget version. We're doing the full-blown wLED, because you can't really get that. Well, maybe what about, hold on. Somebody has probably already done this. wLED, wLED, oh no. wLED dog collar. Oh no, what have I searched? Yeah, there's all kinds of permutations of the LED dog collars. ESP. Nah, none of these have an ESP in them. I want one with the ESP 8806 inside of it already. That's why we're modifying this one. It's that cowboy song. All right. Yeah, so this is supposedly a ham radio. I don't know the first thing about hamming, though. I really should know more, because I know a lot about RF and RF technology. I just don't know anything ham radio-wise, so I don't really know what I'm doing with this. I bought this because I wanted my own radio for the festivals that I was working at in my early 30s. I was working a bunch of festivals with my buddy that appears in chat every now and then. Wait, why didn't the Madamu comment? It didn't show up on my personal... Hold on, I gotta reopen this thing. Out of curiosity, why didn't wLED work with deep sleep? Isn't deep sleep part of the ESP's silicon? It is, but it's a microcontroller feature, and wLED runs on multiple platforms. So when you're programming something for microcontrollers, if you're doing it the right way, which, you know, not a lot of people do it the right way, this is what the modular synthesizer modules that used the Teensy 3.1 ran into. They used a microcontroller specific feature, and then the microcontroller development platform was discontinued, and they went, oh no, that feature does not exist in the new one, because Paul Stoffrigan decided that they didn't want to buy these really expensive microcontrollers that were discontinued from the pandemic, and the updated version had some slightly different features. So microcontrollers can have these specific features to them, and then that locks you into a platform. And so with wLED, they did things, I don't know if they did things the right way, but they did things the way that you should with microcontrollers, and they made it work in multiple different platforms. And so when you have these disparaging different features for sleep, for deep sleep, you just go, I'm not going to develop for that. We want to get the whole platform running. We have enough stuff to do without deep sleep. And so people like me come by and say, hey, there's this really good deep sleep feature that would make this thing really cool. And they go, well, good luck. Here's the open source project. And so, yeah. First rule of ham radio, it's free to listen, but don't you dare touch or transmit without a license. Second rule is if you get a license, ham is now your only hobby. That's the problem. And, you know, touching transmit, it's the... you have to violate the rules enough to get the FCC to care, and when they do care, they're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Otherwise, 99% of the time, they are hands off. But there are things that you need to do with ham radio. So you can listen, you don't want to transmit, that's just nice. And then you take your certification, and then you know how to interact, you know how to play with all the other kids. But I don't care about ham that much. Let's be honest. I don't want to take the test. I'm not good at tests. So anyway, I bought this for festivals because I was working radios at a festival. When you work radios at a festival, they go, here's all the radios. We need you to hand these out to everybody. And so you hand them out, and then you go, I handed out all the radios. And they say, good, we need 10 radios at this stage. And you go, and then you have to go track people down and get the radios back and say, you need to share. You grab other people's radios and then drop them off at the stage. And they said, oh, I didn't know if we needed any radios. And you go, well, now you have 10. So I brought my own radio, and I was going to use that for all the radio stuff. But this is sat for several years. I thought these were illegal because Baofeng got into some trouble for violating the bans. Dun dun dun. That'll go back in the device drawer. But yeah, I was just found that when I was looking for the shock collar that I bought many years ago off of Amazon Prime Day that we took apart and we looked at how it functioned. I forget what we learned when doing that, but it would have been funny to do my alternative project if I had it, which would be that we make a device. I don't know what we'd use to make the device, maybe something Wi-Fi that Willow could wear, and when she barks, I get shocked. That would have been a very funny project. Willow barking at the door, and I'm going, no, 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 and then I get shocked. Why do I have a parenthetical 1 on my Twitch? Share a clip that goes viral on social. Earn bragging rights. Shut up, Twitch messages. Jeez. You are now eligible to get called Shotgun Dog. What? You are now eligible to get called Shotgun Dog tag for Battlefield 6. Huh? What the fuck? I can't believe Twitch made an emote called Down Bad. That is insane. You are now eligible to get called... Oh, by the way, thank you, Nanobits. You are now eligible to get called Shotgun Dog tag. To get called Okay, to get called Shotgun Dog tag. That is not... That grammar is not good. Stupid drops. I don't need Battlefield 6 drops. I'm not going to touch that game with a 10-foot pole. All right, how are we doing today? How's everybody's Friday shaping up? I am waking up. I unfortunately slept in, meant to actually wake up and participate in society, but I ended up sleeping way in. And then when I woke up, my phone wasn't around, which is bad because my phone is my pancreas. So I went all the way downstairs, down here to the basement in search of my phone, and it wasn't there. And when my phone isn't in a particular location, that is an emergency because it is supposed to be running my diabetes. What's up, Moon R1? My phone runs my insulin pump and it does a feedback loop with the constant glucose monitor, right? All that stuff is on me. If my phone's not on me, that's trouble. And sometimes I leave it in a charger, and there's 2 places really that I ever put my phone. And so it wasn't by the bedside on the charger. What had happened is it fell off the charger and fell down to the next shelf. On my bedside shelf. So I didn't see it. I was looking everywhere for it, and it really kind of stressed out my morning. Are we making a shock collar? Unfortunately, no. If I still had that shock collar that we bought so long ago on Amazon, I was going to make a doing good _. Yeah. If I still had the Amazon Deal Day shock collar that we bought, I would want to make a system where if my dog barks, I get shocked. I think that's only fair, and that would have been a very cool project. But instead, we were doing something that inspired me because the days are getting shorter and it's getting darker out, and the cars still aren't slowing down for the goddamn stop sign by our house. So what I want to do is at night, we have this light up collar. This thing has been cool. I mean, this is great. This is very visible. It makes my dog glow at night. It's very cool. But we did just discover wLED does some pretty cool stuff. So if we can replace these LEDs with something wLED, then we're in business. Because when this thing turns on, it goes into the blinky mode, and I don't want that. I don't want to like seize up from looking at my dog. I know a few dog owners that could use that. Oh shit, here comes the mailman. Willow, stop barking, you gotta stop barking, blah, blah, blah. That'd be perfect. That would have been great. Lines and Squares did a 3-hour car trip to buy some arrows and accessory for my bow and arrow shooting class. Oh, that sounds fun. I was obsessed with bows and arrows as a little kid. It was the only suburban activity that you could do. couldn't shoot guns. I was like, I want a bow and arrow. We ended up getting one. I'm still not good with it. I barely ever practiced. Oh yeah, the shock collar when the ignored dog is barking all night long. Ah man, some dogs do that, don't they? They just bark all night. It's, you know, still totally against the usage of the shock collar. It was mainly just for me. And we took it apart, and then when we were taking it apart, I was like, you know what? I'm wearing all these medical devices that are like electronic, so I don't think I really want to use the shock collar on myself. I don't want to find out that something's going to stop working when I use it. Same reason we don't do high voltage and Tesla coils here. I love high voltage stuff. I love Tesla coil stuff. It's very cool. It's very dangerous. I know all the rules on how to work with that stuff, but I am wearing sensitive electronics, low voltage Bluetooth radio electronics on my body, and those are my organs, my cyber organs, and I don't want to blow them up. So we did paintball guns. Yeah, we did paintball guns too. I had a friend who had a big field. They were way more aggressive than I was, but I had the Tippmann A5, and I bought a really tiny gas bottle for it, and so you could have this really small paintball marker. You call them a marker, it's not a gun. I have this really small paintball gun marker, and so I was able to, at the New Jersey paintball, woods ball, whatever it is, setup, I was able to sprint at the fort and tap it and basically win the round. It was a little cheap because nobody got to really play paintball when we did that. I had a friend of mine who had his like auto cocker or whatever, just go and just like rain paintballs everywhere while I just ran up to the fort and tapped it without all this gear on me. I didn't have like the belt or anything on me, so I was able to be a little bit more nimble. Don't get too close to the microwave. Yeah, so microwaves work at 2.5 gigahertz, like goddamn everything else, Bluetooth low energy. And so if we are microwaving something for dinner and I'm sitting by the microwave, my phone will no longer get Wi-Fi. Oh. Have you done any house lighting? Not with wLED, not yet. We only just recently rediscovered wLED. I do, however, use Node Red to control all this stuff that you see here, all the OBS stuff. If I go to this camera, this light automatically turns on and gives me my 3 points of lighting. But so that we don't blast out the face cam, it turns off because it's a pretty prominent feature right here. Oh, you didn't get to see that one because I clicked off of that camera. We also have the server status light that I'm not sure works still, and the idea light that gives me a bunch of notifications depending on what's going on. I'm looking at doing an exterior lighting project using wLED. I mean, yeah, that's pretty simple. I mean, I wonder if you can probably just purchase your way into that. wLED was pretty easy to set up. Okay. You keep turning on the wLED. Yeah, so you can buy the controller for that already put all together. I wonder if any of these are the size of the electronics in the dog collar. Probably not. They're probably all much bigger. But these are not expensive. All right, you keep saying idea. Yeah, when you say idea in the chat, that lights up. I see. wLED isn't the problem, it's the mounting options, waterproofing and power injection. Yeah, waterproofing, I mean, you could probably buy like an OtterBox. Just get like an OtterBox and put it in the OtterBox. And then the LED strip, you'd have to find one of the ones with the plastic around it like I have. And then how do you mount that? I think there are plastic clips that you mount it with, and I think this stuff came with plastic clips. So you gotta make your purchases wisely. You gotta sift through all of the BS and get down to the brass tacks and buy the right thing. But I like working with stuff on kind of a lower level, so we're using the microcontroller platforms to control things. I have a circuit board that I bought on Amazon. It's going to take absolutely forever to get here, but then that will allow us to use one of these screens with wLED just to see what it's like, just to see what's doing there. And then for Burn the Subs, which is my wall-mounted laser-powered subscriber burning table, that thing, we need to go forward with that more. I don't think I can use, I don't know if I can install wLED to the Raspberry Pi. I don't think that's going to run independently, but for the screen itself, I think what I'm going to do is try to use Project M and plug the screen directly into the Pi. I would like this to also use wLED or listen to it at all, because then you can coordinate a bunch of different LED sequences, and I could maybe mount this stuff on the wall. I don't know. This I just pulled out as an example of LED strip, and then I just found this stuff, which I've had this whole time. I didn't know. I just ordered 2 more LED strips, so I'm going to be drowning in LEDs. But I think this stuff could at least be a temporary solution, so we could go fully forward with this project if we get far enough with it today. But I am obviously procrastinating with you guys right now and not working on the project because it's more fun to talk about stuff. And also I'm letting viewers trickle in, but it's probably, yeah, it's been an hour, so we should probably get going on this thing. So let's get rid of the start soon, and let me get the music down here. I don't even know what music has been playing. It's my definition of chill, so it should be pretty backgroundy kind of music. I could barely hear it today. Okay, so nothing wrong with drowning in LEDs, but then you have a bunch of LEDs that you haven't used on anything, and it's like, oh no, I need a project that uses LEDs, and not a lot of my projects have used LEDs lately. So anyway, what are we doing today? Well, in lieu of my having thrown out the shock collar that I bought many, many years ago, I threw it out because I am a empathetic and moral person, but that would have meant that we could do a shock collar project where if my dog barks, I get shocked. That would have been really funny. But that idea, I'm throwing it in the trash. Somebody else can do that if they want. You guys can steal my idea. You see, I'm an ideas guy. I'm going to get some engineering here, and they're going to do my project. I hate that so much. That bugs me so much, is the ideas guys that come in and want to basically outsource creativity onto their engineers and say, I want a thing that does this and I want you to make it. That is the worst, because it's on you to make it. Everybody's done everything already. You can look up a project and there's a tutorial on how to do it. I like having ideas. Yeah, it's fun theory crafting. You can theory craft about projects all day, every day, and it's what we do, and it's fun. However, I don't expect anybody else to do these projects for me. It's something that I have to do. A project in its inception should scare you just a little bit. It should push the envelope of your capabilities just a little bit. Today, we are not doing anything that'll push the envelope of my capabilities. In fact, we are just getting more comfortable with wLED. Last Friday, we messed with wLED because I got completely and utterly sidetracked. I got derailed by chat yet again. I'm not proud of it, but it's what happened. A friend of mine that I had worked with in festivals and stuff said, hey, you should just put wLED onto the ESP and then you can run those LED screens just fine. And while that is true that it was not the intent of the original project, again, I got an ideas guy and they outsourced the effort that I was putting in and redirected it towards wLED. We discovered that wLED is actually a very versatile platform. It's really cool. It's nice for coordinating lots of strips of disparaging LEDs. If you want to have a wall display, if you want to put LED rope, I guess it's called, I don't know, in the corners of your setup and have it work with, you know, the ambilight and stuff like that, and run cool patterns that aren't just Corsair's RGB, as seen on this thing over here on my server over here. I should probably replace, because all of these things are running off of this Corsair LED controller, that I maybe should plug into this computer and have it do something coordinated, or replace that controller over there with wLED 2, because I can have much more cool looking patterns, which is something that always irked me about all of these LED things that for like computer lighting and stuff, is that all they really do is any version of RGB because they're trying to show off that it has that capability and it's not monochrome LEDs. But wLED allows for much more complicated and interesting presets. Then on top of that, I was coming in from giving Willow her evening walk. And it is getting cold here in the Northeast. The trees are probably about to start changing colors. I know in New England they are, but over here, things are starting to actually feel like fall, which is great because hoodie season is like, I live for hoodie season. I live for it. Anyway, so, okay, hold on, where's the scene? This is, so anyway, I'm coming in from the evening walk and it's starting to get a little dark out. And I go, you know what? It's time to pull out Willow's LED collar. And her LED collar does something that annoys me, is when I turn it on at first, it will just flash. This is white LEDs. I can't change the color on these, but it just does that. And I don't like that. I don't want my dog to be flashing. I need her to just be a solid illumination. And I was like, you know what? This stuff is just an LED strip. So what can we do with this thing in order to turn it into a wLED setup? I did a little bit of research, which is very out of character for me, actually doing research on a project. And I discovered that wLED does not have anything to do with the sleep functions of the ESP8266. ESP8266. Wi-Fi microcontroller, ubiquitous, lots of people use them. They are very inexpensive. This thing should not cost you more than $1, which is crazy because it's very capable. It has quite a bit of little capabilities to it. The D1 Mini is, I think, a $3 like breakout board for it, and that's a piece of hair. Ignore the hair. I told you to ignore the hair. So this ESP, oh, this one's a 12S. I don't know what that means. It's basically ESP8266. We programmed this with wLED. This thing has a Wi-Fi antenna on it, and it's very capable of getting onto your Wi-Fi. wLED does this. When you turn that thing on, it'll start doing its LED sequence, and then as it's doing that, it will log into your Wi-Fi, and you can access it through this. Oh, control key is being held down by the seltzer bottle. Whoops. You can open up this little locally hosted web page on your ESP. And so, with the locally hosted web page, I can choose all kinds of different lighting patterns that are baked into wLED. And this is much cooler than just having like a solid color or a solid pattern or anything. And you can have it go through a playlist of presets that you set, which is what I want to do. And I want to do it on the dog collar because I think that would be really cool looking. I think Willow would look absolutely like a raver out there. So we need to figure out how this thing works, how this dog collar is put together, and whether or not we can stuff an ESP8266 in it, and if it gets too hot or if there's enough battery to run the thing for an extended amount of time. One of the catches, the early things that I caught that may make this a lot harder, is that the ESP8266 with wLED only utilizes the timer deep sleep. You see right now this device is supposedly in a deep sleep. This is in a deep sleep except that there's a button connected to it. With the button connected to it, as soon as I push the button, it gets the device out of the deep sleep and starts the sequence of the microcontroller. And I know it's a microcontroller because this has 4 modes. They're not doing that with a 555 timer. There's probably a very cheap little epoxy top microcontroller on this thing. And it's probably super duper duper weak. It's probably not all that crazy capable. But what I'd like to do is be able to turn off the wLED thing and hang this up at the front door for a day and then use it again the next day. So in order to do that, the ESP does have good deep sleep. So you can turn off the radio, you can turn off mostly everything, and it'll just have a little bit of quiescent current while it monitors that button. And if I hit the button again, I can have it fully wake up and close a MOSFET to give 5 volts to the LEDs. I don't know where the 5 volts is going to come from, though. That's the other thing, is that if this is as simple a device as I think it is, it's going to have one battery. It's going to have one lithium-ion cell. What kind of dog is this? This is for Willow, who is a fluffy corgi. Fluffy corgis have long hair. They are incredibly cute. The collar, the shock collar, I mean the LED collar, sorry, oh my God. No, the LED, oh, I probably should have had that. I should have let her be in the frame a little bit more. the collar that she has right now is just a plaid collar. We both wear plaid. But the LED collar falls into that mane and it's no longer visible. So there's just like illumination around coming from the dog. But this collar is for safety at night because sometimes the dogs run around when the sun's going down. And I want to make sure that cars can see her. And so if we have a bedazzled collar that's making sparkly light patterns, I think that would be really cool. And so it needs to basically function for an entire walk. I don't want to have to plug this in every single time. So there's some limitations here. This controller is very small indeed. I don't know if we'll be able to fit. I mean, the ESP I think will fit within, but then what about the battery and everything like that, right? This dog's gonna get ripped after carrying around the weight. This is not heavy. It's a little bit thick, but it's fine. It's a good collar and it's got a very big connection. Although we actually don't use this. We use a harness. So there's another thing is, you know, I don't use the collar. This would be an emergency. But we have her in a harness. So the walker should match the dog. We have a plaid leash and a plaid collar on the dog, yes. But she uses a little red harness. She's a big harness so that I can actually get the dog to move around. Because I don't know if you know this about corgis, but they are medium dogs. That is a medium dog that looks like a small dog because she's got these short little legs. But also because she's got these short little legs, they are like boat anchors. She can just position herself and I have to pull the entire 40-pound dog to get her to listen to me sometimes. And so we put her in a big harness so that she doesn't, you know, it's not, when I pull on the leash, I'm not restricting an airway or anything like that. She just gets her whole body pulled like a ripcord, like she's going down a zip line. Time to extend the LED rope up the leash. They do have those. They have LED leashes where like the whole leash lights up. I was thinking about one of those, but I don't know how big the controller would be for that and everything. Do you do walks at night? I don't think it'll be bright enough during the day. Yeah, it's walks at night. The neighborhood does have lights, like street lights, but they're not that bright. And so even the really weak sort of raver collars that the neighbors' dogs have, which is literally an LED and then just like a fiber optic loop, those light up a lot. Those are quite bright. So this is like kind of blinding, and we could even dim these down with the wLED. I just want to make this significantly smarter. The thing that we're going to run into is that sleep mode, the deep sleep with wLED. They implemented one of the deep sleeps, but it's the timer deep sleep. The timer deep sleep on the ESP8266 is really good. The ESP32 has even more different sleep modes, but the 8266 has a couple very basic sleep modes that we could really use. The sleep mode with an interrupt for a button is exactly what we kind of want. I don't think they implemented that. They implemented the one with the timer, which is bad for us because it's actually kind of difficult to compile wLED. Last time we used the online, the Chrome-based, flasher in order to put wLED on the ESP. However, ESP Node-RED let you know when it's out of Wi-Fi range. That would be interesting. Instead of putting like an AirTag on the collar. We don't do the AirTag thing because Willow sticks around. She's been trained very well, and her behavior during an emergency situation, Willow gets out of the situation, stops, and looks back. So we had an incident years ago where my neighbor's dog pulled her and she fell over and injured her wrist. She really hurt herself pretty bad. This is an old lady and she had a fall. And so I was tending to her and she said, no, go get Willow, go get Willow. And I'm like, Willow's right there. And lo and behold, Willow was just beyond a couple trees looking back and waiting for instructions. That was a natural thing that the dog did. Obviously you can train the dog to do stuff like that, but that made it so that I didn't feel like I needed to put an AirTag on any of her stuff. She sticks around. She stays sort of local. The only time that I have trouble with that is if she goes after a squirrel or a dog. But even then, she's kind of inept at chasing squirrels, so she'll just end up looking up at a tree, so I can go collect her. And trees are not in the road, so that's good. But anywho, yeah. So I don't really need like monitoring functions on it or anything like that. I really just want to be running the LED patterns. Now I could hard code LED patterns using the fast LED library. That way I could access all of the deep sleep functions just in Arduino, just using Arduino. And then it wouldn't be wLED anymore though. So we've got options here. We've got a couple options here. I like the playlist and preset functions of wLED. I'd like to preserve them. I found a comment from 2024 where somebody was asking about the deep sleep functions in wLED. And the suggestion, which was a clever one, I think that was a very clever suggestion. The suggestion was, well, why don't you use another ESP and a couple FETs, and then you can use one ESP to turn off the system and go into a deep sleep. And then when you hit the button, it'll turn on both of those FETs. wLED functions like it always has, and the LEDs are doing their patterns. And then you can get into the Wi-Fi address of the thing. Which that may be the way that we go. That may be the way that we go. And we would have to like permanently disable the Wi-Fi on the ESP. Maybe not permanently. Maybe have like a hold down or something like that. Mine would be an easy target. Lady on the ground, full speed, loom over and bark. Yeah, she like if you make a loud noise in the kitchen, she'll kind of go into the next room and look back. What up, Modular Experience? How you doing? We do need to do more music stuff, but we're kind of chilling out and doing wLED things today. That's the other one, is in lieu of deep sleep, if you can't use deep sleep, we could just drill a hole in the side of this thing and put a switch on it. We could just put a switch on it, even though there's a giant on-off right here. I'm okay with LED stuff. I'm not. I'm not. We need to take apart the pedal say. So the way that they constructed this thing is with a... What? Where'd you guys go? Why'd you guys go over there? What are you doing over there? We're not doing anything. Come back over. Okay, come back over here. Okay, there you guys are. Very simple construction on this thing. It is basically a waterproof bauble that has an LED strip coming out of it. And then they sewed this sort of semi-transparent, I guess, nylon. It's probably like water bottle plastic. They might have used recycled plastics to make that. And then the LEDs just shine through that. And that's all it is. It's just this little trough. It's likely that this strip is waterproof, which is ours will not be. It'll be resistant, I suppose. But there's a winch. Yeah, so that was another project. Hold on, let me show you guys that. That's not it. That's my dog. The winch. I bought that on Amazon, and I probably should have gotten the rope version of the winch because I'm a little wary about those cables. They can really hurt you because they fray, and then you get cable and it like pokes through your skin. I probably should have gotten the rope version of that. I could probably just go buy a rope and put it onto the winch. I bought the cable version because it was like very similar in price to the rope version. I should have gotten the rope version. What I want to do with that eventually, and I haven't gotten around to it, is power it with the DeWalt batteries, the 28 volt DeWalt batteries, put a couple of those in parallel and hook it up to that winch. It's got a big dumb motor on it, so the extra voltage shouldn't harm it too much. It'll harm it a little bit probably, but not too much. So if I can use that winch, I can have a system to get my tires up and down from the rack that's above the garage doors, and maybe even incorporate that into some kind of a hanging storage in the garage with pillow blocks and eyelets. So I just put an eyelet up into the frame and then run that up through a pillow block, and then I've got like a little winch that I can use to hoist things. A winch breaking wire could cut you in half. Okay, so breaking, yes, but the motor would stall out well before that happens. Any like cables breaking are extremely dangerous because you can get very thin pieces of metal going extremely fast. But that would not happen with the amount of power that thing is able to put out. That thing is a golf cart winch. It is not a full-blown automotive winch. And the price reflects it. I think it was $75. But I want to put it on the DeWalt battery so that I have this thing that I can like strap to stuff and have a winch. But I need to put that in storage because I haven't gotten around to testing that at all. Let's take this thing apart. That's a neat idea. You know, they have those big like hanging things that you can put up in the garage, and I think we have one of them in the back. I don't know if we're going to use it at all. What I did is above, there are these tire racks, tire racks from TireRack.com that hold wheels, and I run summers and winters And I haven't run the winters lately because I have to get up on this rickety 1980s ladder to get to them, but they're above the garage doors. So the garage doors open up and there's just enough space above them to have stuff. And so I've got the wheels there where they're completely out of the way, and yet I still come under fire for having them there at all. I have them in these extremely sturdy racks where they're sitting, they're out of view, they're not harming anything, they're in a space that would otherwise be completely unutilized, and yet still I get comments about them all the time. When are you going to deal with those old B&W wheels that you don't use? I do need to sell them though. I have BBS wheels that are really nice, but they're for the E46 bolt pattern, so they don't really fit with the offset of my E39. They're E46s, so they fit with the modern BMWs, and they're nice wheels, and they got really good tires on them. I got to sell those. I don't know how I can do that. Have you considered putting them in the living room? Yeah, well, that's kind of where did I have them before? Oh yeah, we used to have a storage unit where they were stored, but I want to be able to get them up and down from there without having to throw a wheel off of a ladder, because I know it'd take it. That'd be fine, and it would do a big bounce, but I don't have a friend there to catch it. So I want to use something like this. Something like this hook that I bought off of Amazon because it was too cool. It's just this little hook, so I could clasp something around the wheel, lower it, then that opens, and then I can bring it back up, or I could attach like a rope to it or something. So that would be keen if I could just use this to drop the wheel down on the ground and then hook it up to the next one. I'm gonna put this with the winch actually. You got a problem with it? Where is it? Put it in the living room. That would be the ultimate. All right, so this lives here now. Maybe I could put a Porsche 944 in the living room. One day. One day I will be that eccentric kind of person that has a car in their house. That's my fate. And then they have to modify the basement in order to get the car out. That's what my brother told me to do. I said, oh man, I don't have room for a project car and I really want to do this electric 944 thing. I couldn't afford it. I can't afford it right now, but one day I will be able to afford it, and I would love to do that. And he was like, just do it in the basement. Just do it in the space behind the shop. I'm like, what? Wait, what? I take a whole ass car down here? That'll go over well. The stairs are already broken from when they took the safe down. We have a big fire safe for documents, and four movers took it down these stairs. The stairs were totally quiet before they took it down, and now they all crackle and crunch as you go up and down. So I think pulling a whole ass car through the kitchen down here is not a great background prop during stream. That would be an amazing amount of content that I would be able to do, because I could use my phone with NDS to take it over to OBS, so we'd still have our OBS set up, but I could have the phone in my pocket, maybe with a spacer on the bottom of the pocket so that you guys would be seeing what I see, or I could just wear a GoPro of some way, shape, or form. There's a guy that built an entire plane in his basement. There's the guy that copied a Lamborghini Gallardo. He went to the dealership and took measurements on the Lamborghini, and then he welded one together in his basement. It was like a frame Lamborghini with a motor and everything, and it was in his basement, and they had to basically dig out part of the basement in order to get the car up and out. Crazy. What about the kid that made a nuclear reactor in his garage? There's a couple of those children. One of them is a fusion reactor, which is not really that much of a reactor. It's basically a bunch of magnets, and you're making plasma and steering plasma around in a magnet setup. Very cool looking, very sciencey. You can follow a tutorial to do that. It's simple. I think you have to get like helium-3, which is expensive, and you have to pump helium-3 into it. It doesn't make its own. The big fusion stuff requires big fusion stuff. That's like that European fusion project that's like a reaction chamber that's, the size of a warehouse. The guy who made a nuclear reactor by scraping smoke alarms, that's the nuclear cowboy. He never made a reactor. He just had enough material that the government went, hold on a second here, and got in a ton of trouble. He was amassing nuclear material. I don't know if it turned into anything like a reactor, but that the plasma thing is a very cool science project that can get you in the newspaper, because I've seen a couple of newspaper articles recently about this 5-year-old child made a nuclear reactor. And I'm like, did his dad help? How much did his dad help? Did they follow the tutorial? Because it looks exactly like all of the other tutorials. By the way, there's one conspicuous screw on the entirety of this dog collar. We need to figure out how the dog collar works to see whether or not we can fit an ESP into this box. Maybe keep it waterproof, although we're going to probably have to break a couple seals to get it in there. His dad helped financially. I'm going to let you do this yourself. Building a nuclear reactor? Is his dad an engineer? Is his dad a nuclear engineer? Is his dad a nuclear engineer with a big budget? Cody's lab has been visited by the feds about nuclear material he had. Cody's lab, is he still doing stuff? I know he kind of calmed down a little bit there, I think to go to college and stuff. I was always completely and utterly shocked at the amount of mercury that person has access to. Cody has, I guess because there was like a mine on his property, he has like a huge tub of mercury. And if you don't know, if you spill a quarter-sized bit of mercury, that is a huge biohazard. You have to call biohazard in to clean it up, because that mercury can, create vapor. It can do all kinds of bad stuff to you, and you shouldn't let it get in contact. Whereas I've had friends that like their parents let them play with mercury, but you really don't want to be around that stuff in volume. And he has a whole tub of the stuff. He floated an anvil on top of mercury. That's shocking. At one point, I did research. I wanted to do a mercury-cooled computer. In nuclear reactors, they use mercury to move the heat around sometimes. And I thought it would be very, very fun. Yeah, what kind of parent does that? This is my BFF in high school and college. And he would go to, I think, his aunt's house, and they had a jar of mercury, and they would let him play with it on a plate. I'm like, this explains a lot. Joyous Friday to you, manipulator of circuits. Tech Wizard, I wish you a good Friday. Mercury-cooled computer with aluminum fittings. They wouldn't be aluminum fittings. I don't know how you'd pump mercury too. That was going to be the challenge. Maybe a peristolic pump would probably be the way to go, but then you've got a failure point with that. And mercury's heavy, and you want very low volume because it sucks up heat very quickly. That would have been crazy. I think he very much into his chicken hole base in Utah. I really haven't seen many of his videos lately. Yeah, I mean, it's the churn of internet stuff. Things change, people move on to different situations, and eventually something really cool like Cody's lab slows down and stops. I'm avoiding taking this thing apart. I really shouldn't be. We've just had so many different topics of conversation, and this is a stream where I talk to you guys while working on a project. Talk to you folks while working on a project. Where's that comment? 4.5 hours of talking, and he didn't even have a tutorial. So there's one big conspicuous screw on the back of this. This seems like this is the linchpin of the whole thing. A mercury-cooled computer with aluminum. Oh, I already read that. I took a gold ring back to the jeweler because it turned silver color. He said, "Have you been playing with mercury?" Oops. Yeah. So I watched a thing about that. Apparently, the gold mines in like Peru, some of the folks there, boy howdy, they had this barrel of runoff from the gold mining operation, and they dropped mercury in the barrel and then stomped inside the barrel with bare feet and then drained the barrel to where they recollected their mercury, and then they put the mercury in a pan and boiled it off into the air. What? With no safety equipment at all. But that apparently recouped the gold because the gold was absorbed into the mercury, and then they boiled off the mercury. Jeez. All safe. Yeah, I declare this safe. Okay, so this is just your basic waterproof LED strip, huh? Look at that. It's shrink wrapped. What the? I don't think I've shrink wrapped this long. Oh, it's just shrink wrapped. Literally just a shrink-wrapped white LED strip. Not even that dense. Well, at least we know how to embezzle gold. Yeah. and hot glue. It's hot glue and shrink wrap. This is not an expensive purchase. Make the mercury-cooled computer just like you would a mineral oil-cooled computer. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you just submerge it. That's perfect. Mercury and cyanide are still the most effective chemicals to extract gold. I've heard about that cyanide stuff, but I don't know enough to say that it's unsafe. So yeah, it's just hot glue, and it looks like the one screw that held the thing together was moved to the outside of the fabric in order to hold this case together. So there's a couple options here. I could completely reinvent this case and just make something a similar size in Fusion and then hide the ESP in it, or we could take this one apart, and I kind of want to take this one apart. While I do have actually an excess of USB-C connectors in the shop, they do have this snappy little rubber door, so I don't know, we might be able to preserve this. Yeah, these are industrial grade items, right? They're explosion proof. No, this thing is plastic welded together, unfortunately. So if you have a device that you want to take apart and it is plastic welded together like this thing is, apparently the screw was a complete afterthought on this thing. Plastic welding, of course, gains you waterproofing, and if you're building something on an industrial scale, having that fastener material without adding extra materials to your build is, that's a good thing. But for us, this is torture because we can't get into this. However, there's a seam across the whole thing, and the plastic weld can potentially be stretched out. Now, I don't want to harm the USB thing. I'm not going to use the Dremel because that makes a big gap. We should go the other way around, use a shitty cooling fluid to make the cooling circuit comically oversized. Uo's lab did a bean-cooled computer, I think. Razer, I don't want to incorporate a Razer into this because getting a plastic weld open is often fairly violent. It's usually you attack the corners and you crush it in order to pop it open. So we can use even just this little mechanical vise here in order to squeeze this a little bit. Yeah, no, we're not going to use acetone. Not going to use acetone. So attacking the corners is really the way to go, but if we can get any kind of a gap in this, then we can use a screwdriver on it. No, this is actually the way to do it. And actually, if I can stress it below the line, we might just end up destroying this thing completely and I'll have to reinvent the wheel. Because really the second part of this is figuring out whether or not we can. Ooh, that's pretty tight. That's actually a good point. I should take the measurements right now. Yeah, let's model this in Fusion before I blow it up. Since I'm already open. We'll just do a quick new design. Let's see, this would be, I think I moved most things to admin. Personal projects, let's just save it in personal projects. And we will do this right here. New document, take a sketch, put it on the base plate, and then let's get the outer measurements. So this is going to be not quite a square, it's actually kind of a weird shape. It's got very chamfered edges all over, but spin some electrical tape around it to restore structural integrity. What? This reminds me, I found an insulin pod on the ground, the same ones you have. The plastic weld is no joke. Yeah, it's tough. I have a couple systems that let me get into it. I've seen in the past for BMW remanufacturing of the ABS module, they had a CNC machine that would just take a bit and go around everything in order to open up that plastic weld. That's one way to do it. Dremel is obviously a way to do it. My latest thing is I bought a hot knife, and so I'm wondering if that hot knife will be able to get in without too much plastic dust in the air. The good way to do it would have been to CNC. We tried to make something out of Maker Beam that would sort of guide cutting that thing open, and it worked okay, but it was a little bit too much to do because that microcontroller inside of the insulin pump, I think I can reprogram it. I'm not sure. There may be more to it than I think, but I wanted to take a stab at reprogramming. Oh, my calipers are on the other desk. I was looking around on this table. I was like, where are my calipers? I know I used them. Calipers. Okay, so we are measuring this thing, and we're trying to make the shape of the object. Technically, this thing was probably made in metric, so it's likely that we would be able to figure out even numbers for this whole thing. It's not even numbers. 13.4. I think what I want to do is, instead of, well, maybe we can chamfer these later, but I'll just get basic measurements of it and we'll just make a box. Pressed it in a vise and cranked until it cracked. You can damage the circuit board by doing that. So 40 millimeters by 25 millimeters by 13 and a half, really? 13 and a half height. So that was, what was that again? That was 25 by 40. So we need a 25 by 40 box, as just to take notes on this thing. So 25, 40, finish that, extrude this upwards by 13.5. And that's the size of the box. And what we can do is I can take fillets or chamfers. Chamfer this arbitrarily. It's all very arbitrary. And then we'll fillet everything all at once, because we're lazy CAD designers. And the boss says fillets are the future. Everything all at once. One big fillet. Soft. Whoa! Whoa! Geez, why is it so coarse? Just do just 1 millimeter. What? Maybe 2. 2 is too much. There, done. There you go. There's the basic shape of this thing. Oh no, I forgot one. Go back into this one, hit shift or hit control and click on that. There we go. There we go. So that's the basic shape of the control box. Oh, pseudo maze, let me know, because halfway to a Cybertruck. Yeah, I would like to be able to take over the Omnipod microcontroller. It's an offshoot of, I don't think it's Freescale. I forget whose it was. Maybe it was Freescale. It's like an offshoot of the microcontroller, and I've got a bin full of them. So if I can get that onto a breakout board and reprogram it, if you can figure that out, that's like something that I would love to be able to do. Because that's something that I think maybe I could sell while supplies last. I could sell my insulin pump microcontroller platform, which is just an Omnipod chip on a breakout with a couple like accoutrements and maybe a USB plug. That would be really funny, because every single one of those that I sell would have kept me alive for a day and a half or 2 days, potentially. I think that would be fun and funny. Okay, so this thing doesn't really want to open up, so we took some notes on it. We made sure that we got the right thing. How big is that? Hold on a sec. That's 16 by 7 by 7. It's a 16 by 7. Let's make sure we get that in there. It looks like this is like repurposed from something else. I don't know why it's got this weird plug in the end. So this is probably wrong over here. Because that should be 16, but it's 9. So go back to here. Oh, close the ruler. And do distance. Wait a sec. Oh no, that's the wrong step. Why did it go into that one? Cancel. I want this one. Why is it's Fusion's been subbing in weird numbers for all my stuff. Let's measure that. 12. So the chamfer is even smaller than that. Not that we have to design the exact same thing if we're going to be replacing it. This one's probably closer to the dimensions. 14, that's closer. It's not quite there yet. I think they did a two distance fillet on it. So I don't know. Let's just leave that the way it is. That's fine like that. Although the protrusion out of this end, I'll model it. We'll create a sketch, and then in the middle of this thing, I'm going to do a center slot. So this would be slot, center point slot. And actually, I need a construction line on this. So hit X, construction line, go from one corner to the other. This is the corner of the chamfer, which could change if I change the chamfer profile of this whole thing, which means it's subject to changing in a weird way if something goes strange with the model. But I'm just putting it in here before we crush it in a vise and don't have any sort of a reference anymore. So we're going to go for a slot, and it's going to be a center point slot, because we don't need the location of the USB or anything like that. We got to unconstruction that. And then this is asking for half of the distance. This tool messes up. The center point slot tool messes up very often here. Sorry, I forgot to configure for having all of my extra bubbles around. But the center point slot asks me for one distance. So it should be 8 millimeters, right? Because it's 8 and 8 is 16. So 8 millimeters, and I put that in. And now we have the 16 millimeter thing. So that's 7 high. Which that's actually pretty big. Is that really 7 high? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. What gives? Okay, so that's 7 high, and that's essentially, oh, but that's not 16 on the overall. It actually has to be, the distance has to be, yeah, and then they don't give you a distance here. So this ends up like being able to walk around. Oh, that does have an 8. Okay. So that actually is supposed to be 16 over 2 minus 7 over 2. Now the overall distance from end to end is 16. Okay, finish the sketch. Extrude this and this and this by 7. Just for continuity, I'm going to extrude this and this just arbitrarily back into everybody with a join. Even though it's not incredibly representative of what's there, because this doesn't go over the chamfer. It's actually totally is a separate part. So our measurements are not exactly precise. Yeah, it goes, actually it gets kind of close, and this is a very soft edge, very soft. That's a different dimension. Well, whatever, we'll reinvent it if I have to make a new enclosure, which is probably what is going to be necessary here, which makes this a multiple stream project when it never was supposed to be. Now, you could potentially get some kind of a prying tool, yeah, into the rubber door. I don't want to break this rubber door, though. I don't want to break it. I want to reuse it. You can switch to overall slot in the pop-out window. What was interesting that happened this time is it didn't do the thing where it doesn't have, like, it used to be that I would put the slot down and it wouldn't, that would be half of the measurement. What am I talking about? There was some confusion with the center slot tool that didn't work. This time it did work, so maybe I learned how to use it. I just checked, and my Carolina Reaper peppers are actually making pods. I'm scared and excited. That's awesome. Get the smoker out and smoke them. I had a very low crop of peppers this year. We've got more on the vine, but I think we had our freeze last night, so there's not a lot going on. But I got some good peppers, and I gave some habanadas to a friend of mine. Oop, that was a big pop. You hear that? I gave the habanadas to a friend of mine that is much better at growing stuff. They have more space overall, and yeah, they do all kinds of different growing things. And the habanadas are, this is not plastic welded. Wait a minute, check it out. It's not really plastic welded. It's just some kind of adhesive, which means I can get this open without breaking it severely. I did not expect that. Of course, there is some kind of an adhesive on it, so we need to be careful. But yeah, I would love to have a greenhouse. We barely have an alleyway between houses here, and my peppers do really well because there's a lot of concentrated sunshine in the alleyway. But I plan on planting much earlier, and I would like to get a better crop of the habanadas because I want to make a habanero sauce with the habanadas. So you open it, because again, when you slice these habanadas, you get all the oils and the aromas of those habanadas. I gotta check, nobody's talking on YouTube? Yeah, nobody's talking on, okay. You get all of the bouquet of the habanada, and your body is like, we're about to die. Why would you eat this? This is habanero. We're gonna suffer. This will kill us. And then you take a bite and there's no spice. There's no spice. You get all the flavor of the habanero, which is not very sweet, but it does have a lot of interesting flavors. And so adding a bunch of sugar to the habanero, the habanadas, would potentially be a very delicious sauce. But I need to grow all the peppers in order to make this unique and special spiceless sauce, the comedy sauce to mess with your friends. So I gave it to my buddy. Does it hurt if you touch it and then touch your eyes? No. The oils are there, but they're not spicy oils. They don't have any spice to them. So there's no irritation from capsaicin. This started to break. There's a break right there. I see a crack formed right at the pressure point right here. So I overdid it a little bit. Spiceless, no thanks. I need the heat. I mean, look, I enjoy the spice as much as anybody else, but turn this off. The habanadas are hilarious, though. The problem is, the first crop of habanadas, I smoked them, and so I had nice smoked habaneros, and I cut them up. The problem is, when I smoked them, I put them all in the same pan, and so all the oils mixed up, and so they ended up being habanero spicy. I never actually had a Carolina Reaper. I didn't want to buy them. So happy that I finally get to eat one that I grew. The peppers that you grow are so much more potent. There was a really good, during the pandemic, there's a really good flavor of chip that had Carolina Reaper spice. And they were like, super duper spicy. It wasn't super spicy. They actually dumbed down the Carolina Reaper quite a bit, which made it really delicious because they've got really good flavor, those peppers. They've got a good, what is it? Bouquet. This hot glue is bothering me. I could potentially use alcohol, but this is going to hold on harder than the seam, which has already started to damage the device. I don't think this thing is coming out of this alive, so I might as well just send it. Get this as high as possible on this, and then see if I can pry off. Because I haven't... There's a week... it's weak between this part and this part, and I have to fight hot glue as well in order to pop the thing up and apart. There's already a crack right here, which is going to encourage a seam across there, and this on-off button is also an opening in the plastic where it's going to flex. So I'm in a kind of a situation here. What can I pry against inside of it? Let's see. Yeah, they always put the PCB right below, and so there's all this electronics stuff in the way. Ah, geez, that hurt. That was actually painful. Whew, okay. This thing is a little bit more, I expected an epoxy top on this thing. I thought it would be super duper cheap. I mean, it wasn't expensive, but this is like nicer electronics than what I expected. So we have a charging circuit, and then we have a controller circuit, and it looks like they used something like, and I'm not going to say that it is, because I don't think it is, but the 6-pin AT-Tiny microcontroller. It's and I actually think they were able to put some form of like an Arduino-based bootloader on that chip, but it's got 6 pins. You practically need to code in machine language in order to fit something on it, which I guess is perfect for something that's just literally operating a FET. But that is an absolutely teensy tiny microcontroller. Oh, it's a 5-pin. That's even weirder. That's crazy that they have a 5-pin microcontroller and like a nice circuit board in here. That's way beyond what I thought I would find. switch going into one of the pins. There's no FET. It's directly controlling the LEDs. Where do the LED leads go? D1 and D2. Oh, and there's a second set of solder points for more 5 head. I mean, you got power, ground, and then you've got 3 pins that you can manipulate. One of them looks like it's doing, no, that's a direct connection to the battery. So these LEDs are set up for one cell for 3.3 volts. Unless this thing is boosting, but I don't see a coil. Yeah, these AT Tiny, I don't know if this is, wait, it's got a part number. Yeah, it's a part number. See if we can focus in on the part number here. Where's that? What is that part number? 1641 FB. 1641 FB. Let's see what it is. (1641 FB SOT2235). SOT2235 LDO voltage regulator. I don't think that's right. Voltage regulators. Just 2 voltage regulators that fight each other? 2 voltage regulators hanging out in a hot tub. 6 feet apart. Oh, 2235 is the wrong one. SOT235? Yeah, 23-5. Yeah. TSOT power distribution switch. Huh? I may have to put the dash in there. Power distribution switch. Huh. With cool patterns? That's a totally different part number. That's not the right thing. All right, let's put the dash back in. TSOT 5-lead package. No, it's not it. Thin TSOT. It might be like a Chinese part or something that we don't have. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's just in general. That's just the package. It was 1641 FB, right? Let's just double check. (1641 FB) B300K. And the other one is 54DE, which I'm guessing this is the voltage regulator, 54DE, because there's not doing anything with the data pins. It's just getting power in, or the charging circuit or something. One would be the micro, the other would be the charging circuit, and I would assume the one going directly to the switch, which we can just see right there, is the smart thing. And it's also called U2. So 1641 FB or F8. Try F8. Low dropout regulator. Nah. Thin voltage regulators. See, the SOT235s and the SOT2235s are very commonly voltage regulators. The 2235 has a big wing on it for heat distribution. You'll see them a lot in modular synthesizer circuits. They use that 1117 on everything. People love it because it can take up to like 30 volts, and then it can turn it down to, it'll regulate to 5 or 3 volts from there. They use them all the time on those devices. I don't see them anywhere else, but they use them on the synthesizer circuits. YouTube chat for yeah on Twitch. He said the chat was quiet. Paraphrases white gold. What? Passphrase? What is it? Huh? Well, I appreciate testing this system, because when the computer runs low on memory, sometimes it doesn't update the chats. Do I have that on? Yes, Social Streamblade is not giving me... Oops, I'm hitting control again. Why is this not updating properly? On this window, on my little chat monitoring window, the YouTube chats are not showing up. And I don't know why, because this thing should be... It's working on... This works perfectly fine for OBS. This one, for some reason, isn't picking up on the YouTube chats. I don't get it. I mean, I can refresh it, but uBlock origin is on, but that shouldn't limit it for YouTube. I wonder why I'm not getting a... Well, it works over there, so I'll just pull up. Yeah, there's the YouTube chatter. It was the only message in a long time, so maybe it's way further up. No, it's not. It's not on there. Weird. Oh, okay. Anyway, that's my own personal thing going wrong. We can't really find the part number. It's probably a proprietary thing, or it's just in other language internet that we don't really ever see. I can't really... What is going on here? Don't do this. How do I get rid of this forever? Jeez. Add an extension. Sign in. No. But the B300K, this is identifying, but when it comes down to surface mounts, you kind of like... Well, for a microcontroller that's surface mount, there would definitely be some corresponding... This would be a part number. For other components like voltage regulators and stuff, this would be a code that you would have to decode, and then there would be several devices that use a similar code. I often search Baidu. I've never done that before. Yeah. I can't really find this part either with the pre-program. OTP micros, custom markings are always an option. Yeah, and then with surface mount stuff, nobody's regulating this. Wait, there's an LED? There's a DIR? I didn't know there's an LED on the board itself. That's interesting. They didn't exactly break this out. Oh, it's for the charging. Oh, wait, no, but you can't see it. Is there a hole for it on the... That's in the back corner. I think I recall there being an LED that tells you whether or not it's charging, but I don't see anywhere that light would actually be able to exit. Yeah, diode red, DR. Durr. Hey, durr. Are you charging? Durr. I don't recall. I thought I saw like an LED when it was charging, but there's definitely no cutout for that LED. You wouldn't even be able to see it through the connector because the connector has a solid back. And there's no gaps. Fascinating. Started using AI as my backup plan when I can't find the parts I'm looking for. I don't know if I trust that because AI is always out there to please you and not tell you that you're searching something that's batshit insane and there's no matching results at all, ever. Light prob just spills sideways and eventually goes into the white diffuser in the button. I don't recall whether or not I saw it do that. Let's test. Let's check. I've got plenty of USB-C cables right here. Although it might not charge when it gets a real USB-C cable. Let's just see what happens. This is a 250 watt USB-C capable cable. You're right. You're absolutely right. You are correct. Even though it would be covered by the dog collar labeling, if you were able to see this, which you're not because you can't work this thing out the side. You can't get this out the side because there's a screw holding it in place. So you would not be able to see this very faint charging light. Interesting. Why is there so much flashing going on behind me? That's weird. Something weird. Huh. But yeah, it's because this LED is completely flooding the zone. They didn't want to add an extra piece of plastic for it. Yeah, it's absolute minimum effort charging light. So when this thing is on, does the LED do anything? No. Okay, so it is just a charging light. What is it hooked up to? DIR goes under the board, so it probably comes over to this pin right here. So this is the charging and USB circuit, and it is a dumb circuit. It doesn't really do much, but we would need to reinvent that circuit. Okay, so this is becoming more work. I don't know if I want to make a PCB for this, but that's where the testing is going to be involved. It seems like this is really cool. Yeah, so there it is. There's the battery. So what are we working with? 250 milliamp hours. I have to do a calculation on that to see how long that would last with wLED going. So if we are going to take this thing over with wLED, we are going to need to figure out either sleep mode or some kind of a switch that's external, like a physical switch. I want to retain a charger. This is a lot of stuff that I kind of want out of this. I do want to have that battery charger on there. And then if we keep it the same size, you know, and I use this stuff. Let's get like a test set up on this so that we can see what it looks like maybe. Backside of the PCB empty? Yeah. Yeah. Nothing. Just a TL2496. This is made in 2024. This is almost a year old. It is over a year old. It's over a year old. My God. What have I done? 250 milliamp hours. There's not really much of a chance that we could cram any more into this, and I would really like there to just be one controller, one micro on this thing. The charge chip is probably a clone of the LTC 4054, commonly marked LTH7. Huh. Yeah, how are we going to control charge on this thing? I really would have liked to be able to just kind of hack something together and not have to fully reinvent the wheel, but it turns out I probably have to fully reinvent the wheel in order to get all of this stuff into this size of enclosure, which is unfortunate. I like the USB-C on this thing. It had a good thing going, but if we're going to cram an ESP, and let's grab one, anything larger than an ESP1 into this, then let's grab a micro out of here. I'm probably going to need to make a circuit board for it. What is this one? Oh, it's a feather board, and it's got a battery hookup. I wonder if we could fit the feather board in, because that would bring with it everything that we need, except for a USB-C port. A dog backpack with a car battery in it? Yeah, that might work. Corgis, you got to treat a little bit like wiener dogs because their backs will go out. So we don't want to stress out our back. They have long backs, and so that leads to problems later in life. It's a law, it's a law, it's a law life. I listen to that song a lot. Okay, do I have any other options for microcontrollers in here that I think would rival the ESP 8266? The 8266, we can see it can run wLED pretty nicely. And I haven't messed with the ESP1. I have one of those somewhere in here. Which one of y'all is the ESP1? Oh, they're doing yard work today. The hovercrafts are about to blow by. My God. Little two-stroke motors. I have a teensy FPGA. We could use that. How about a teensy 3.2? How about a teensy 4? I have a teensy 4. God, that could this could do like HDMI out. These things are incredible microcontrollers, and they're way too much for my average project around here. My average project is this, or something that we're coding on a very low level. We could output dog video. I mean, I would love to strap an action cam to Willow and have her run around. I haven't done that yet. She could be my camera woman. She could operate my camera for stream. The only problem is, okay, later in life, when I get the funds to do the car project, and I decide, yes, I can do this car project, and technology is at the right place, and I can spend the time, and I have the room to waste half of my garage for a couple of years while working on it, and I start to do content for that, I have to combat the fact that in this neighborhood, if I were out there in the garage working on the car, people would stop in and say hi. So I think I'd have to do it with the garage door closed. I think that would have to be the reality of it. Hold on, there's this little guy here. This is the Seed Studio RP2040. I don't think this one does Wi-Fi, but this one is a little smaller than the ESP. So if I get the fucking tariffs, I'm gonna have to pay tariffs on whatever I buy. Where did my ESP01 go? I don't know what happened to that thing. It has kind of a weird pinout on it. I'm looking for it because it's slightly smaller than the ESP8802. And I think I have a Hall sensor somewhere in these guys that we can steal. A Hall effect switch, not sensor. If we want to try doing the clip on-off button, because that would simplify things significantly. I would like to be messing around with, what is that? Codec cell? What is that? Oh, let me look at this thing in 1 sec. Let me sort of squish this thing back together. That up there. I think the ESP01 is somewhere over here in the junk pile right there. Let's just see what's over here. We're gonna look at the microcontrollers that I have available to me and see if we can use one of them in order to load wLED onto the dog collar. It's not gonna be as simple as I think, because without having a physical switch, we're gonna need something that can go into deep sleep. So it's possible that I would have to put another microcontroller on it, which is why I was looking at some of the controllers that I had sitting there. This is, so I didn't plan out this project ahead of time. We are literally just exploring my options for this. Is there any project in your mind with a new Arduino Uno Q? No. A penny size ESP32 sensory controller. Sensory? Oh, it's got a 6-axis in it. Oh, that would be super cool, because if Willow's bouncing up and down, running around, I could have the LEDs react to it. Oh, that would be cool as hell. $30? Christ on a chopstick. $30? I mean, $30 would be pretty cool. This thing is small. The C3 Lite is the cheaper version. Get inspired and build something on our platform that's not going to be around in 2 years. That is very small. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. I got to look through my stuff. All my stuff. Ah, my stuff. It's over there. Make a little bit of room so I can see what I'm looking at here. I'm looking here. There's another Seed Studio John. And here's some Pico Pies. Those need to get back into the bin. And then I think that's it for microcontrollers that I can immediately use. And I don't see the ESP01 anywhere around here, which is a little sus. I hate that I've had to put the mixer project on the back burner. I hate that. I hate that I had to do that. I'm going to have to come back to that PCB design and just eat some of the costs. That was going to be something that I would be able to sell for once in my miserable life. I'd be able to actually sell something to my viewers. But no, here I am with tariffs eating the cost of making circuit boards. Used to be super cheap. It's an accelerometer board. I'm just moving it down because it needs to go into this bin eventually. Who needs to sell something? Right now, I am a clown. That's my job. What do you do for a living? I am a clown. I'm a clown. I entertain people on the internet, I think. Some of them tell me that they're entertained, and that's pretty much the only feedback that I've got. Clown Services, limited liability company. Clown in a boot. I'm just looking at all the like little circuit boards that are all the way back here. Here, turn signal for a BMW if you guys need one. Are you not entertained? All right. Where is ESP01? It was over here. I don't know what the heck happened to it. It's gone. It's gone. Like John. It's gone, John. What? I still have VW car keys. I haven't owned a VW in more than a decade. I always loved the switchblade key, though. That was always awesome. You were like, I'm going to get in my car. Shoink. I don't know where the ESP1 went. Okay, it was hanging around up here, but I guess it's moved on. I love that key. I modified one to use in my S10. Awesome. Yeah, having the key fold like that was neat until it broke, but it was neat when it didn't break. Getting this thing out of here, I mean, I could use hot air, or I could just get it to leave, or I could desolder it. It's probably the best to desolder it. Let's just peel it up and desolder. So they use Celastic. They use, not really Celastic, it's just hot glue, literally just hot glue. So I can release the circuit board on this side with this, and then we can start sizing out what microcontrollers we think might actually fit into this thing. There is a seam on this, but it looks like it is molded into the rest of the plastic. So I think what I'm going to do is free that up, and then, I don't know, if I can find my rubbing alcohol, I could drop a little bit on it, and that would just immediately detach it. I don't need your suggestions. I know what I'm doing. I've done this with IEDs as a career. Let me see. I just want to put the pin tool behind that to force it forward a little bit, because it's not really going to want to detach. This is one of those three-handed operations. Just anchor my hand using my pinky, which is now in an extreme danger zone of getting burnt with a soldering iron. Nope, nope, I got to get behind it a little bit more. Putting this in the vise would probably be a better idea. There we go. All right, so that's detached. So now I can get the circuit board out of here. Put that over there. And now I've got to get this thing out and through. Clean off the iron. So now everything in soldering is a three-handed operation. There's truth in that. Yeah, so they loaded it up with hot glue. So let's see. Do I have a little isopropyl? I always have a little isopropyl. I think it's in my wound care section over here. Actually, wait. Does one of these sprayers... Oh, no, that was a different setup. Okay, so... Alcohol. What's the wrong kind of alcohol? Let's see. Isopropyl, that is not, no. I need to actually drip it down, so the alcohol pads aren't going to cut it. Let me run over to the other part of the shop where I've got the 3D printer that has the alcohol stuff, and then I'll be able to come back with a bin full of alcohol. So BRB setup. Oh no, that's the overlays. Oh, these are all broken though. Yeah, BRB2 broken. Yeah, I gotta fix those on the Stream Deck. I can't do a BRB properly anymore. What's happened to me? My hair is weird today. Overlays. We gotta go to studio mode for this one. Studio mode, and then frame overlays, and then we hit BRB2, which is all in caps. It should probably be at the top of the list. It's not at the top of the list, so I have trouble finding it. There it is. Boop. All right, be right back. Let me just go to the other room and get stuff. The goop-based 3D printer uses isopropyl alcohol to loose the unactivated UV glue from everything else, right? From your solid print. It's very accurate, but it's also pretty messy if you mess up. I like the goop printer. It has an incredible amount of detail that you can put in stuff because they got like 4K screens for these things. You can do really, really interesting and detailed prints, like for figurines, but they're not, I mean, they're good for engineering, kind of, but not really. I default to the other 3D printer technology because it is so much stronger. The plastic that comes out of the UV thing, very accurate, holds its shape. It's really good. You can get some that are very strong, but overall, it's only good for show. Like the reason that I built the car body out of it was because it's funny because it cracks in half if you crash. I think one day I would very much like to make sort of the generative. I think it's called generative. The AI design stuff for all the forces of the RC car, so that I can make like a body for something like this that's all spiderweb looking, and it's like super leger, it's super light and not very strong, so that when I crash, it'll blow up into a million pieces. It'd be awesome. With this body, I do want to get back to working on this as like a neat sort of CAD project. For this one, I've got a mix of black and clear in the printer right now, and that makes this wonderful smoked plastic. And so what we can do is, for the headlights at least, those might be holes, but for the taillights, I can leave the thing up and put like a red LED behind it, and it'll look like a red tail light, as long as we figure out how to mask and paint. So I bought an airbrush a while back, and I've bought a bunch of acrylic paints. We could maybe paint over this in acrylic, and hopefully the LED doesn't go through it, so that it looks like taillights, because I can have brake lights and reverse lights on this thing. And then I've got these magnetic connectors for the front and rear that take three pins of electricity in, so we can use some motor wire and wire up, you know, brights and low beams. I can even do turn signals, but we don't have enough pins. Maybe if I put like an Arduino in it, but I can't. The DOS Micro has 11 channels of communication, so you can assign that to all kinds of buttons on the RC remote. Oh, I had a beard hair in my mouth. The UV 3D prints are weak. I did not know that. If anything, I thought it was a tougher technology. These are very brittle. They're very brittle. It depends on, like, the more you cure it, the more brittle it'll become. But the less you cure it, the less rigid it is. And it depends on what you're buying, because you can buy high strength ones, and I've never messed with those. The entry level plastic that you can get these beautifully detailed prints. I mean, geez, the pooping printer would never be able to get this kind of detail. Like even the side mirrors are there and intact, and it's like the smallest feature on the thing. These are the first thing that breaks off when I race it around. This is thanks to the SLA, the UV printer. But these side mirrors, if I just poke them, they're gone. That's just how it is. It's just not super duper tough. Like here. This is just like a little cone test. So with, where are we? Did you freeze? Son of a, when I bopped it, it froze. My microscope froze. Dang it. Okay, so these little guys here have very small base, like this size maybe, but that'll just pop just like that. So, you know, PETG will bend until it absolutely can't. But this stuff, it'll crack and be brittle, and, you know, all that stuff. You got to plan for that. I mean, if you're just printing something as like an engineering sample that you're going to make out of better plastic later, this is a really good thing to do, but to use. Okay, so the problem with true high strength resins is that they're absolute hog to cure. They generally need to be cured hot. Oh, geez. So apparently it's difficult to make a resin which is activated with just a little light and is thoroughly cross-linked. Interesting. Yeah, I guess the best cure is to put it out in the sun, huh? But then you don't get the heat. So a little bit of alcohol here. And you really, like, if you're going to get into the goop printer, you need to have a system. And so I had to rehearse, you know, what moves where when I do my prints, just so that I don't get caught out by it, because I've been caught out by it. I've had it spill and do all kinds of other stuff. If you want a resistant piece, you have to make a mold. Interesting. Yeah, people do all kinds of stuff in order to get that stuff done. This is not going to work. Oh, this worked perfectly. Freaking alcohol, I tell you something. With hot glue, it gets into kind of like the microscopic structure of the plastic. It gets between all those mer chains, and just kind of holds onto it and sticks there, but it's not great. I mean, it doesn't exactly flow totally in. It makes this really good surface adhesion, and as soon as you introduce alcohol to that, it breaks off, and so it no longer adheres at all. It just comes right off. It slips off of what it's, unless it's molded into a larger structure, it'll just pop out with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. Kind of crazy. But that's one way to do alcohol. We never did that for the IED stuff. We actually would use hot air more than anything else, which is not a good way to do it. Or you just pry it off so it pops off. Mayer's high-strength resin does activate in the sun, but it's pretty reluctant. Sits there doing nothing, and then popping it properly post-cures. Huh. Mayer's, I don't know. So these Seed Studio Johns are like just the right size for this thing. But I don't know if I'd be able to get to the USB socket. Actually, that is, wow. It's just that it's sitting on the ridge back here. The Seed Studio things have 2 buttons on them too. But I don't know if this will charge a battery. That is easy. That would be easy to modify in. And it's got an RGB LED on it too. Maybe to give me charge status indicator. Let's see what Seed Studio's got going on. It's the Seed Zhao. I don't know if it's the smallest Arduino based anymore, but because these are based on different microcontrollers. Oh God. 52840 low power BLE onboard mic. Classic Arduino for beginners. Raspberry Pi for the RP2040. Jeez. ESP32, cost-effective Wi-Fi blue BLE on board. 32S3, high-performance dev board with Wi-Fi and BLE. 32S3 Sense, mini camera, no thanks. You have an NRF 52840. See, the ones I have are RP2040 flavor. They don't have any like battery charging stuff on board. It's just RP2040. And that was actually Hajiwo, who's an amazing YouTube channel if you're into modular synthesizers. Hajiwo made this design with a Salin key filter and an RP2040. And this is a design for a modular synth module that I could take pretty far in either direction. I can have inputs and outputs. Although to be fair, I kind of want to redesign this. Again, the tariffs and the circuit board costs I'm worried about, so I put a lot of this stuff on hold. I would like to make this into a much narrower module and have it be like a universal digital module. But then again, the modular synthesizer stuff that I'm doing, while it does dip its feet into the digital world, this is too easy. It's too easy. So I think I want to remain analog in the modular synthesizer. I think I kind of want that because I can easily just go get what is a Salin key filter? So if you speed up Flappy Bird to an extreme amount and your bird is your voltage level, a Salin key filter will allow a digital microcontroller to output a high-speed square wave and basically play Flappy Bird with the voltage level. And so if you put a table of square wave speeds per voltages or whatever, and you feed that into your equation, you can have this thing output a varied square wave and follow a sine pattern. And if you then if you tune the Salin key filter right, you can have it do an output plus minus 10 volts to a modular synthesizer. So you can have audio coming in that you digitally read a voltage level on. You can put a filter on that, and then you can have it output a square wave of filtered audio that's going to come out of the other end. Or if you just want to maintain a voltage level, you can have that do that. So the Salin key filter is the way to use an operational amplifier in an analog way in order to play Flappy Bird with the voltage level. C3 has a charger. Thank you for looking at that. Sorry, I'm not being good at researching. Where's that one? That one's C6, C3. All of that in that little thing, and it's the ESP32C3. It has a little antenna bobble there. The thing I'm wondering about is if this will run wLED and all the battery charging stuff, but I don't know if that's so. Seed Zhao ESP32 wLED, and you know, it might be that I need to load in wLED patterns into my own tubes. No, tubes are too high current for modular synthesizers. Modular synthesizers have a 15-volt power supply at a couple amps. You don't want to really go above that because a lot of the basic consumer electronics that they're using for these things are like low current. Tubes are like 60 volts. And if you're not doing 60 volts, then you need, and you're only doing like 12 volts, you need to bump it up in order to power heaters. And so heaters and tubes and modular synthesizers, they don't really mix. There are some modules, and there's also Noritake-tron has a low voltage VFD based tube amplifier, and I think Korg uses it. I would love to get my hands on one. I didn't see anything for getting a sample. I would love to get a couple samples because I would love to do like a tube headphone driver at the end of my modular synthesizer. I don't know if the VFD technology does the same thing that tubes do, if you get that sort of warmth of sound. And I do mean warmth of sound. I thought that was pseudoscience. I thought tubes were pseudoscience. I did not believe it. I said, you know what? Transistors are the answer. They're smaller and better. But the thing is, the physics is a little different with tubes. The physics is a little different. You have a grid that's allowing electrons to flow across a vacuum tube. And it's interesting because when you get higher frequencies, they're tamped a little bit more. And there's something about it. There's something about it. I was ready to write it off as pseudoscience, but it's, you know what? I was converted. I'm a believer in tubes. Korg Blue Fatty Tube is a Noritake VFD. Yep, that is it. And if you go to Noritake-tron, and there is a section on, just give me the cookies, products, and let's see, where is that? Digital video monitor, GUI design tool, character graphics, other supplier VFD compatible modules, VFD only, OLED. I guess it's not on here. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Oh, Korg NewTube. It's only a press release, though. That's the problem. I want that. I want that. It's got the little green VFD glow inside of it. New tube, similar to a conventional vacuum tube, but has an anode grid filament structure, operates exactly as a triode vacuum tube. Similar to a vacuum tube, it creates the same characteristic rich overtones by applying their vacuum fluorescent display technology. Noritake-tron, I think it's meant to be said all as one. Anyway, Noritake Co. Limited Affiliate devised a structure which achieves substantial power savings, miniaturization, and quality improvements. Like putting that in a modular synth module behind like a window, it would look so cool and alien and give you all of those wonderful sounds. Give me this. Where do I get it? Look at it. I want it. A new tube fact? How do I buy one? Noritake, new tube. Shopping? God damn it. None of this is right. There's a similar company that makes like ceramic plates and stuff. Noritake handheld nut bowl. That's not what I'm looking for. Korg collaborated with Noritake. Micro-sized. Newtube.us. What am I getting into here? How did they get that? It's a Korg evaluation board. Wait a minute. Authorized independent distributor of NewTube. You have to email them. If you have to ask, you cannot afford it. Datasheet fact, $50. $50 for one of these things. Ooh, that's tempting. That's tempting. I might have to buy one at some point and figure out how I can make a module that shows it off. 55 euros? Oh, you can get it from retroamplifiers.com. I have to find a place where I can get it from America, I think. In den Wankenkorb. Sorry, Warenkorb. In den Wanken Fillenhassen. Anyway, so this is $54.95 euro bucks. So you can get them. I'll have to figure out what the circuit looks like around it, because that's pretty neat. I can make a tube headphone amplifier for modular synthesizers. That would be very neato indeed. That would be incredibly neato. The thing is, like, this person is talking about themselves. They're like, well, I make all these things with these amps. How cool is that? But he's like hiding the component well within the amplifier. I'd be showing this thing off. This thing would be on the front panel. Like, you'd be able to see this from like a little window, because you want to see that little glow of the triode gates or whatever. I want that glow. Control your NeoPixel with wLED and Zhao ESP32. So, okay. Supports it. Oh my God, it does that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Rich set of features, 100 specific effects, 50 color palettes, integration, WS2812 library, fast LED, managed settings, out, ESP32, and so they got it running. Looks like they got it running with Zhao. So that's good. What other features? C3, microcontroller control both digital and analog LED strips. The process includes connecting the Zhao to a computer using an online installer to load wLED configuration, Wi-Fi settings, and to set up the hardware as provided by the wiring diagram. This is a very hands-off tutorial. This is like, in theory, one could connect these things and get them to work if you hit this button, and then there's no other information. In this project, Go Cooks, oh, so it's a write-up about a project. There's the actual tutorial. Ring flex light, tools, stuff, thick gloves. Those are thick gloves. Main chip, blah, 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 PCB. So I don't know what wLED allows me to do. Can I get in and take over some stuff? It's likely that I can tell it that there's a button on a pin. This is why I kind of want to do this this test, although I don't. Having the right microcontroller is key to this, so I may have to grab the right microcontroller. Korg US shop. What'd you find? What'd you find? What did you find? Yeah, the new tech was on that other site. Wow. So if I get two $50 tubes and I put them into a headphone like mixing amp for modular, and it would have to be bigger than the other mixer, I could charge $400 a module. I might do that. I might do exactly that and have it be moderately open source at the same time. Because that, what is the, what are the specs on this? Application note. 12 milliwatts, operating from 5 volts, made in Japan. I can't do anything about that. Why is that? Features, low power consumption, low voltage, and made in Japan. That's not a feature, it's just, that's where it's made. Whatever. Yeah, we got anode grid and cathodes, pretty cool. How do we use it? What do we need? What's up, Copper? We're looking up we're getting distracted, obviously. That's number one is, we're getting distracted. It's Friday. It's Friday, all of our brains are fried and we're full of microplastics, so let's just hit the road. Listen, we're getting distracted. We're looking at the Korg new tube that they made with Noritake Itron that I love. I have one of their screens literally sitting right here. I love their vacuum fluorescent tube displays. They're great. I would like to use this to make some crazy headphone amplifier for modular synthesizers. So I'm just seeing what I need in order to actually run this tube. Oh, zooming in on this stuff is tough. Watching Tron Ares. Is that the new one? I don't think we dodged DDT, I don't know what their input range is here. Q1, don't know any specs on that. VCC, I think, is 5 volts, like they said. And if we're in a 5 volt system, this is for 1 channel. And there's 2 channels on the thing. So 2 tubes, I think, would be fine. Although my good vacuum tube amp has 4. So I need to figure out what that circuit is going to look like. But again, they're just using it as a triode in the circuit. And that is hitting another amplifier. And then it outputs. It was probably the worst film I have ever seen. I don't know if I mind the 2025 Superman. I don't have big expectations for a Superman movie. And I think a lot of people didn't get what they expected because everybody expects something different from a Superman movie. I expect to see a movie about the invincible man that can't be harmed by anything. And I wasn't disappointed. It was okay. Cool. I think a lot of people are just very fatigued by the whole super shtick. But those movies still make a shit ton of money, so it was as good as it needed to be. I agree with. I agree exactly with that. It was a good Superman movie, and it wasn't like this depressing nightmare that Snyder typically puts out, because they put Gunn in charge, and Gunn is able to actually make things that resemble the category that he's making. So if it's a horror movie, it's horror-like. If it's a total schlock fest, Romeo and Juliet, he makes it work, and he makes compelling characters, the bare minimum of what you need for media to exist, and he does it consistently. It's kind of amazing, and I don't know, I like James Gunn a lot. I wish he was still doing more tropey stuff, more edgy tropey stuff, but he's definitely found stride in doing these types of movies, and yeah, Superman was as good as it needed to be. Superdog was the best thing about that film. People hated Superdog, but I love a plucky, precocious dog as sort of a co-star. Mr. Terrific was definitely the second best thing about that whole thing. But boy, Marvel did what's his face, that actor, a real horrible. That was a raw deal. The character who was supposed to evolve to resist any sort of damage, and at the very last resort, evolved to teleport away. Yeah, Darwin didn't teleport away and just got killed in like their first actual serious confrontation. So this is, what do we have here? We have 2 voltage regulators on 2 channels of the triodes outputting into further transistors, which I think could be another set of triodes, probably should, in order to get that vacuum tube sound. And this is taking 12 volts in. That is exactly the circuit that I would need to be putting on to the modular synthesizer. It's just whatever amplification is going on over here, I would want to swap it out for something that would output to consumer voltage levels, and then I would need to tune to input modular synthesizer voltage levels. That's crazy. I got to look this up more in the future. I definitely have to build a new tube amp. All right, back to wLED. So the Zhao that I would look for has battery terminals on it. Would wLED be able to do anything with that? I don't think it would. Dog where? Dog is not present. She's upstairs. I don't make her sit in her bed and then shock her with a shock collar. She has a little bed area under my desk. That was me. My feet messed up the blanket over there. But she has her little bed under the desk. But she's not in there, because if she took one step out, I would fucking zap the shit out of her. We were talking at the beginning of stream, a really good project to be doing in lieu of the news that everybody knows that I'm not going to specifically mention is that I would take the shock collar that we got on Amazon Deal Day and make it so that if Willow barks, it shocks me. I think that would be an excellent, because they're doing all the yard work out here, and so Willow is liable to start barking at any minute now, horribly and with the force of 1,000 suns, and so it would constantly set off one of those shock collars. I'd be like, Willow, stop barking! But no, I didn't do that, because I got rid of the shock collar because I have medical appliances on my body. I have electrical medical appliances. I have a insulin pump pod, and I have a constant glucose monitor. And I don't know what the effect of any wayward electrical fields on my body would be on these devices. So I'm not pushing myself here. I'm not going to kill myself shocking myself. Would have been really funny though, and it would have been nice and topical, and I could have had a nice little comedy thing going. No, instead, on my way back inside after one of Willow's evening walks, I decided to get out the LED collar. This collar had a strip of LEDs inside of it, and they just flash and do very basic things, and it's designed to sort of sip on battery power. It just sips on that little bit of battery power. But we've been messing with stuff that does wLED, and wLED is these really cool complex patterns. Won't let us pay channel points to shock you, but the dog can do it for free nonstop. She has privilege. Today's thumbnail has a picture of Willow in it, so there's a picture of Willow for you. That's for reference. That is my corgi. She's the most adorable, fluffy corgi whose name is Willow that lives in this house. She is very, very cute and adorable and well-behaved. Also loud and a little bit mean. She has a little bit of a mean streak, and she's a very loud dog. She barks very loud, but it's a baritone bark. It's not piercing or anything like that. It's a woo 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 instead of like a yap. And she is very well trained, and she loves me, and she's awesome, and I feed her food, and I don't make her stay on a small dog platform in the background of my OBS during my entire stream where I yell at the furniture. When I start yelling at the furniture, she leaves. The only time she comes down to the shop is if somebody grabs their car keys or says the word car. She does not like riding in the car. She comes down here and hides under my desk. And that's her safe spot. It's the spot where I don't bother her as much as I can. Although if I move my feet at my desk, she will growl and then leave and storm off. But yeah, I got that dog in me. You have 2 wolves in you. One of them is a corgi. Wait a minute. What have you been eating? So anyway, the project is that I want to put wLED into this dog collar, but I would like to retain the cool features of the dog collar. For instance, I can turn this off with a button, and I can charge a battery. So I want to retain those features. Microcontrollers nowadays are comprehensive. They have a lot of really cool features to them. I have some of the Seed Studio Zhao platforms. That's what this is right here. And we discovered that the original enclosure for the electronics and the battery could fit a Zhao. I would have to modify just a little bit of plastic to kind of seat this thing a little further down. Now I need to figure out whether or not we can have the cool features that this enclosure had. Now I can always 3D print a different enclosure and sort of rearrange things a little bit. Can your corgi see the lights this collar emits? When the collar goes on, it like falls under a lot of hair, and so it ends up being just this glowing ring around the dog's neck. Now that's pretty visible. With the white LEDs, it's pretty visible. I want it to be more dynamic and do cool stuff, so adding something like this would be really great. Adding the Zhao to it. I don't know if the Zhao has 6 axis of freedom like that other microcontroller did, and I don't know if wLED can take advantage of that. I would love to have an accelerometer in this thing so that some of the wLED patterns can respond to her jumping around. I think that would be hilarious. Not that that would be probably some major programming on my part, unfortunately, for wLED. That is a lot larger than what I can handle. Well, anyway, we can make that battery powered. And the other thought is using 5-volt lights, I don't know if they'll work with 3v3 or whatever the battery is outputting. There would have to be another FET on the thing too. So this is their takeover of their own studio lights. Where can I learn about what wLED brings to the table? Because yeah, the ESP32C3 would possibly be our route. Who said idea? It'd be a good idea to choose a color that the dog can't see. That way it doesn't get distracted by it. Dogs see in sort of close to monochrome, but also with some color in there, and that doesn't mean that the light won't be distracting. I think it skews towards red, but there's a more modern like dog vision filter. Shut up, AI. Yeah, it's just a little different. It's not black and white. It's more like this, yeah. So it's just, oh, that's behind stuff. Yoink. It's not like black, white, and red like people thought. There's a lot of myths about how dogs operate that are not true. Like, for instance, the times 7 to determine the dog's age. It's not like that. It's not linear. It's sort of more of an exponential for what stage of life your dog is in. Willow's 3 years old. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. But she's really sort of she's like an adult now, like a total adult. Yeah, they don't distinguish colors as well. You can use a tiny N-channel MOSFET to level shift from 3.3 to 5 volts. Your comment gave me cancer. No, yeah, I know about the level shifting, and we can put 3 volts into the LED strip in order to control it. What I'm talking about here is the WS2812. I don't think it'll operate at 3 volts. Actually, let's pull this down to 3 volts. So that's 3.99, and then 4.89876 5 4 3 3.3 volts. Oh, that's a handy surprise. These are LPD 8806s. And so what if I turn it off and on again? Will it work at 3v3? It appears to. Of course, it's drawing 70 milliamps, and it's not that bright, although I do have studio lights on this thing. Yeah, the thing is, like, can I do a 2S? You have room besides your Zhao to install a 1S power bank board, which is both a charger and a 5-volt booster. But wait a minute. This will work at 3 volts. It'll work at the battery voltage because it's got battery terminals on the back. So if I plug it in, it'll charge the battery as well. I just need to make it use the battery light, which I don't know if wLED supports. So a lot of this stuff is starting to foster, it's starting to kind of back up an argument for putting 2 microcontrollers into this thing, because I have certain needs as a device that are not met by wLED. I'm not sure if they're met by wLED. So can wLED charge status light? Status LED outside. Not really an issue. I want to know if it's possible to wire a single LED for status on one of the GPIOs, since Node MCU is housing blah, blah, blah. Hi, yes, it's possible. If you want to have it power state, just connect an LED and appropriate resistor between 3v3 and ground, and you could also connect an LED between 3v3 and GPIO 6. Then it'll turn off if the lights are on. What? What? Huh? No, that's somebody else's very specific problem. Dirt cheap bidirectional shifters. You don't need a directional shifter with the WS2812. If you're close enough to it, it'll activate. And we got to test it on the other strip. We got to test it on this strip. But if you're close enough, the difference between a 0 and a 1 is enough that 3v3 works. And the question is if these operate at 3v3. Because then our whole system is 3 volts, 3.3 volts. And I could do one of these like 3v3 voltage regulators that goes onto the battery, I guess, so that as the battery shifts in voltage, it's still providing the same stuff to the micro. I don't need the micro directly to do battery. So maybe we can get away from that. I don't know what wLED is going to do, and I need to get a wireless Zhao if I'm going to be using this thing. Can the RGB strip take 3 volts power? It is right now. That's what I was doing with the power supply just now. It's not very bright, but it is enough, even though this is technically 5 volt strip. What is this stuff? I don't know what this stuff is. Hold on. Sorry, a lot of... Oh, this is frozen. Great. Hold on. Microscope. Deactivate. Sorry, a lot of this stuff is... Yeah, speaking of dumping, a lot of this stuff is me, like, info dumping. And just doing stuff, like, by specifications, not actually, like, building things. I would like to get to the building things part of this project, but I have a feeling that there's a combination of stuff that we can get together that will allow this to come together as like a cromulent project. Oh, that's not changing anything. Well, the microscope's going to be a little wonky. The camera disconnected and it's... Okay, this stuff is 5 volts. Good. Just learned this recently. 5 volt to the 5 volt pin at all times. Red light is dim when connected to ISB USB. When you hook up a 1-cell LiPo, it glows bright when charging while plugged into USB. When unplugged, the battery provides 5 volt to the 5 volt pin. What? Huh? Wait, what? What did we talk about swizzle circuits? You gotta give me some context here. 5 volt to the 5 volt pin at all times. Red light is dim when connected to USB. Power an LCD from 5 volts. I don't know what we're talking about. Indicator lights for wLED status on project box. You have the source, you can do anything. Thanks. Power light is of course trivial. Yeah, I might be having to make custom source code in order to do the dog collar. What is that? Dogs can smell the time. Like when the owner is coming from work in the evening. Somehow the usual atmosphere smell in an apartment is different than in the morning based on some document. That's crazy. I know Willow knows the sounds of motors. She knows specific cars are coming home because she gets a treat when certain people come in the door. Smells are crazy. They'll bite your head if you're wearing meat on it. No, that's a Space Ghost quote. In terms of smell, like a dog can smell your glucose level, which is kind of crazy. So the Zhaos that I have are RP2040s, so they're not really going to be very useful here. It's unfortunate that because getting a Siege Zhao, I think people have imported them previously, so I might be able to get one cheap enough. And then the question is, how do I get some of these features out of this thing? Because I want battery status for when I'm charging it. It's not 100% necessary, but it would be nice. I need button sleep and wake up. And then maybe, if we're lucky, maybe I could hold down a button and then it would become like try to connect to Wi-Fi. So we wouldn't typically use Wi-Fi. It would just be running the patterns that it has. That would be the ideal setup in wLED that I would need. And so compiling my own from source is a way that I could get all that stuff in there. I just don't know. I don't know a thing or two about a thing or two when it comes to wLED. This obviously, the penny size ESP32 sensory controller, this thing would be awesome because then I would have the IMU, I'd have the motion stuff and I could make motion patterns so that if Willow's like bouncing around, it would be like flashing or doing a cool thing. I think I've got to drop that idea because buying a $30 microcontroller for this $14 leash is not it's crazy and would be awesome, but it's out of the purview. So in the configuration here, what do we have? I mean, like user interface, sync interface, time and macros, user mods, global I2C GPIO, global SPI, user mods configuration. So wLED user mods. If I can make like a mod that does it. Using wLED since the beginning, and it's really easy to set up at first. Now I'm trying to add user mods. Problem is I can't find a single tutorial that's complete. Here's one. Personally, I use this site to set various options, including adding user mods. Oh my God. Why would you? Ugh, the font, the changing of the color of the font is woof. Compile your own wLED software in just a few clicks. Select the software controller type. Change compile build details. Special hacks and tweaks. Ooh, that's cool. To be used with DMX output. Nope. It should be Comic Sans. Select options. ESP now. Disable brownout. Disable over the air. Enable Wi-Fi for boards like Lolin. Add some delay to boot before startup. Nope. DMX support, Ethernet support, debug. See, wLED does a lot. WebSockets, ooh. Add a light, pixel art, Alexa support. Oh, you can disable it in this. That's nice. Apparently, the Alexa support can cause a lot of problems with compiling if you're building from source. Default LED GPI numbers. Okay, so what do we have? Relay module, infrared GPIO, define microfine, I don't know what that is. Max number of buttons, interesting. 2 for ESP82, 4 for ESP32. Max number of user mods. LED buses, number of LEDs, value for automatic brightness limiter. LED type, color order, number of maps, okay. Max LEDs, okay. None of this is define the name of the internal Wi-Fi access point. This is, so the thing is, this is going to compile it. I don't know if it'll upload it. User mods, audio reactive, remove audio reactive, DS18B20 temperature. That's kind of neat. Humidity and temperature sensor, auto save, 4-line display. Oh, I could put a little OLED display on it. There's also a link in the wLED Discord at the bottom of the documentation front page. Oh, I don't want to join another Discord. So we don't need any of the rotary or anything like that. Animated staircase. Wait a minute. That's for... Where's Flatulent Gonad? We've got animated staircase on the LED controller. Batteries, sensors, PIR sensors, RTC, real-time clock user mod. Rotary encoder, I don't see anything like deep sleep. WireGuard VPN, internal temperature, supports SHT I2C. Oh my God. This is way more than anything that I'd ever need. Whiz lights. Simple hand gestures on the VL53L0X sensor. For on-off and brightness adjustment. What? Hand gestures. Stairway wipe, light LDR. That would actually be interesting. I could have it get brighter when it gets darker out, or darker when it gets darker out. Wait a minute. There's lots of projects in there for advanced users. We're not. I mean, look, deep sleep, not for ESP8266. That would I think be what we need. Let's take a look. It was last in the category. Of course, I have to read through absolutely everything else. User mod unleashes the low power capabilities of the ESP. So I would assume that past the 8266, if we're using the Zhao, we're using an ESP. What was it again? It was a 30 or something. We're researching like 5 different things at once. The ESP32C3, I would guess, has these sorts of things. Yeah, there we go. 5 microamps. Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly... User mod unleashes the low power capabilities of the ESP when you power off your LEDs. My research yesterday did not uncover this, so this is nice to see. Because this is like a basic tenet of making a device, right? That's how they should work. Shuts down completely, no Wi-Fi, no CPU, no outputs. The only way to wake it up is to use an external signal or a button. This is exactly what I need. This is exactly what I need. Once it wakes up from deep sleep, reboots, make sure to use a boot up preset. When you disable the wLED option, turn LEDs on after power up, restart, and delay sleep, is set to 0, the ESP will go into a deep sleep directly after power up and only start wLED after it's been woken up. If the ESP cannot be awoken from deep sleep due to a wrong configuration, it has to be factory reset. Oh, disabling sleep at power up, there's no other way to wake it up. Neat. Current drawn by the ESP in deep sleep mode is incredibly little for the C3, which is perfect. Everything is looking up ESP32C3. I'm liking it more. The only thing I would really desire out of it beyond what we've got so far is some type of accelerometer, but that's not really all that necessary. We can do what I originally intended to do and not have, we don't have to have like splashing water effects when the dog's running around. I would like it, but we don't have to. There's usually additional components on a controller that can increase the value. Power LED, low dropout, voltage regulator. The regulator also draws idle current depending on the type. This can be about 50 microamps or up to 10 milliamps for LM1117. Special low power LDOs with very low idle currents do exist. Digital LEDs, the WS2812 for example, draws about 1 milliamp per LED quiescent because you got to power up the chip. So you would have to have a FET turn that off. Can I do that? Will you allow that? For lowest power consumption, remove the power LED and make sure your board does not use an 1117. On an ESP32C3 Super Mini with the power LED, what is this one? ESP32C3 Super Mini. Control copy. Oh, show me it. Super Mini. So it's the Zhao. It's just the thing that the Zhao is copying. That pulls the buttons in a little bit further. That might actually be good for me. What do you cost? $3. But that's AliExpress. I'll just see if Amazon 32C3. Somebody was buying clothes. Super Mini. $11 for 3 of them. And that moves the buttons in a little bit more. ESP32C3. Yeah, Super Mini. Okay, so that's $11 is all right. I'm not mad at that. Let's see about the Zhao. I've got a couple C3 boards sitting here too. $8. Does that have any features that this one? Oh, this one doesn't have the battery features. I needs me the battery feature. What is that? Yeah, there's the boot switch, LED, diodes, couple LEDs, a surface mount antenna. And we don't know if that's an LM1117 based regulator. And then everything else would be down to programming. But on the Zhao, but then again, if we want to do a low quiescent current 5 volts battery board. So what's a good one? I don't know. 5 volt battery charger board. Too big, too big, too big, too big, too big. The cool thing about buying 3 is that you can blow up 3 in testing, especially, yeah, with these 3 volt devices. You're like, oops, I hit 5 volts, and then your device is gone. This is for a dog collar. How far above and beyond the Call of Duty are we working with here? Like 5 volt 1 amp charge and discharge module, USB type C. I would have to pull the plug out of this and hook it up to just the power. And then we would have the LEDs there and the 2 battery pins. Where's the discharge happening here? Input positive, input negative, battery positive, battery negative, output port, type C input / out. What the, what the deuce? So I could potentially hide one of these in there with the Zhao. This thing is about the size of a USB-C plug. I would, of course, get rid of the USB-C plug. I don't even need that. I just need this back end that does all the stuff. And then I'd have to make like a hole where I could see the charge status light. How much quiescent current would this be taking up, though? Does it have a disable pin? I guess it no. It would need to. It would need to provide to the Zhao through the 5-volt pins. Yeesh. I don't like any of this. That is way bigger than what is listed above. Wait, what is that thing? Wait a minute. What? Huh? If you're working with a project where you need to charge up batteries, you want to use USB-C port. These are the modules working great. They're overcharge protection, under voltage cutoff, blah, blah, blah. That's not what was in the listing, though. Curse you, Amazon, and your shitty... What the hell? Huh? Oh, it's that one. Oh, I see. Okay. So that's a $10 board for 5. And I don't know how well they'll sit on the battery, if they'll like super discharge. What up, TDT Club? Been a minute. How you doing? So the ESP32C3 is more expensive. It's $8, but it is also has battery charger. I kind of like the one with the battery charger already on it because that saves me space. And does it have like a battery specific sleep mode? Is it super efficient? RF and long range connectivity. I have an antenna that I can plug into this thing. This one of these little tiny antenna things. 4 working modules, including wait. Is this for 4? I think that's for 1. But down here it says 4 working modules. Oh, I guess it's 4 types of modules that you can get. I see. Including deep sleep at 44 microamps. So that's the goal right there. We probably won't be able to do deep sleep because deep sleep is a timer-based thing. If you're using the ESP32C3 Zhao, it has an onboard charger. I don't know but are they talking about like that with... And then I need a 3 to 5 volt converter. I already have one. I have a 3 to 5 volt converter. I've got one right here. Let's just see what the space is like in here. Although I could just run the LEDs at 3 volts. We should test that in a minute. I need to reconfigure this thing. So if I'm using that one and I use the deep sleep module with wLED, that's it. Now we got the battery charger, we got the deep sleep, and we have our wLED all in one package. Beautiful. The only thing that we lack, because we are lacking. The only thing that we lack is a 3 to 5 volt converter, and that's what this is. This is a 3 to 5. I like how I can just open this thing up and just pull out any of a bag of like immense electronic wizardry just from this one bin. This has to be my favorite bin. This used to be a bin full of 300 different types of sensor. That's what all this stuff is. 300 different types of sensor, and then I turned it into my microcontroller and other breadboarding bin. It's a general use bin, but I can do things like magically pull a 3 to 5 volt converter out of nowhere. So the only thing that we would need is some kind of oh God, I forgot about the microscope. We need some kind of an enable on this, which I'm sure we can probably dig out. There's probably an enable on this. And if we disable it, does that mean that it won't provide 5 volts to the WS2812 and we can achieve that very low quiescent current? Quiescent current just means the current something uses when it's at rest. When it's not doing anything, how much current is it using up? I think we've just about connected all the different connections on this thing. I'm not going to get away with the cheap microcontrollers. I'm going to have to pay like $16 for 2 Zhaos. The second one obviously is backup. We don't have the comprehensive onboard RGB LED, but then again, we might be able to program like the battery charge into something else, and it might actually take like an external LED on one of these pins to tell us when we're charged. Let's just double check that. We got reset boot buttons on the other side. MIDI, MTDO, MICK. This has got an ICUP. And there's an enable pin too, but we're not using the 2 microcontroller scheme. We've got our battery plus and minus connecting there. And then then we would need, I would need like a FET pin for when this thing is enabled. When it's out of deep sleep, I would need a pin to go high so that I could get a MOSFET to switch and or a pin to go high so that I could communicate with the battery charger board, or a pin to go high so that I could enable a FET. What is this thing? What the world is it? Wait, hold on. What's this board that I just found? It's some weird thing. MCP 4725. Is that? I don't know what that is. All right. Anyway, back to sizing this out then. And TDT Club, thank you for the 14 months. Really appreciate the 14 months, TDT. Yeah, we're working on a shocking project involving my dog. We're trying to size out wLED stuff so that she can have the best raver collar in existence. And believe me, those ravers get kind of inventive with their collars. They're a bunch of perverts. So we want to make sure that we're making something really cool. So if I pack the maximum number of LEDs into this thing, we're pretty much cutting it right here. So let's cut that. Yeah, we'll use this. I think these will cut them nicely. And I have more of this stuff coming in the mail. Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't have left that trailing edge. I could have just cut the whole thing. Yeah, I should have cut it clean. Well, but I also don't want to mess with that. So what's the length right now? If I really need this to be waterproof, I guess I can go get some shrink wrap and try to wrap it completely. Oh, no, that's actually good. It's good that that's there. We get a little bit of space on the 2 ends, and so that'll fit inside of the clear section. Waiting for the board to come back. Listen, I know it eats away at me. It does eat away at me that I haven't been making good progress. But some of the wLED stuff, although distracting from the board, I'm trying to get it so that we have a display panel on the thing so that I'm utilizing that really nice power supply at all times of the board. So I don't know if that means, because I want the Raspberry Pi 5 to burn the subs. And so I'm going to start working with the Pi 5 to get OpenGL running on this thing as a headless Raspberry Pi. Then I can get the Project M plugins working relatively easily, I think, if I can get it to compile. And then I will have a visualization engine that I can pump out to the screen here. And then wLED I can use to coordinate more things. If I want, I could have a strip of LEDs going down across the board so that it'll tell us where the name's going to be. I don't know. I'm just thinking about that stuff. We do need to get back to the board. I want to pull the control panel over here and we'll do some wiring. That was the alternative plan for today. But we're getting really close to actually being able to do what I want to do with this. With the Zhao that we're selecting. This thing can run a whole display. That's crazy. With like graphics. Cosmo Quest! Rating with a party of 12. How's everybody doing? So we're trying to, I don't know if you guys have heard the news at all, but basically what I'm trying to do is produce a shocking dog project where we pimp out my dog's collar and make it awesome. We recently discovered wLED, and I thought I'd strike while the anvil was hot and create just this awesome little raver collar. I found a lot of the parts that I need like in the shop. I've ordered a bunch of this LED strip, and now I've got it sitting right here. Oh well. Oh well. But yeah, this is a little light up dog collar. And so all the electronics exists inside of this little enclosure here with one singular button on top. And I was thinking, I could put a wLED controller on here, and then I would have access to a whole playlist of patterns. And I can do all kinds of inventive things with those patterns on the dog collar instead of it just flashing white. So we found out that, oh God, there's an airplane going by and it's super duper loud. Where's my remote? I'm going to shock the airplane because it's going by. Okay, I've administered an electrical shock. Actually, the project that I wanted to do, I bought a shock collar off of Amazon years ago for an Amazon deal day, which is typically a scam. I will donate $100 US to have my name across the board. I'm not going to put your name. You can donate 100 subs, and those subs would go in on the board. I'm not making exceptions. I very much appreciate any of the contributions that you guys have to my channel, but I'm not going to preferentially treat people based on the amount of money that they give me, because I like to keep a little bit of integrity around here. A cheap tube of clear silicone caulk and a tiny paintbrush is a good cheap way to waterproof. I mean, I could just put shrink wrap on the whole thing. I could add a speaker and she'll have her own soundtrack. No, what I wanted to do is that Amazon deal day thing, I threw it out, but I had this little rechargeable shock collar, and I would love to flip some stuff around on that so that if Willow barks too loud, I get shocked. That would be a fun twist on the whole thing. That should have been the project today, but we're not doing that. So I'm not going to shock myself. So anyway, what we're trying to do is we're trying to load something called wLED up onto a very small area and have it have the features that a device would. So wLED exists for like putting out huge displays of like, you know, you can do like lawn lights, you can do like path lights across your walkway. You can put this up on your wall and make it actually like mesh with amber lights on the back of a TV, or you can have it run playlists and pattern and have it respond to music and do all kinds of interesting LED stuff like that. But initially, at least from my searches on the subject matter, they didn't exactly create it to create a device, like a rechargeable, wearable LED device. Those came much later, and so we just found out that with the plugins that are available for wLED with the add-ons, you can actually put the ESP8260 or the ESP-C3 in ESP32C3 into a deep sleep, which is exactly what I want, because I want to be able to hit the button, this thing turns off, and I leave it at the door for a day until the batteries are low. So that's why we're looking at the ESP32C3's features in conjunction with the wLED features. But I'm wondering what I wonder what deep sleep, that's right, we had the README open. So the current draw by the ESP in deep sleep is very low. It's really good. WS2812s can draw current, so we might have to put a FET on it or use the enable pin on the voltage regulator. So I need to figure out the voltage regulator. Zhao needs an antenna. I got plenty of them. Yeah, here, where's that bin? Where's that bin? It's like back here. It's like behind stuff. I have an old antenna bin where I've been squirreling away antennae, which are perfect for this. Where is that bin? Hold on, I'm looking through my bins. Looking through my bins. Looking through my bins. That's not it. I got all these sewing bins that I keep all these parts in over here. And so this stuff down here. Good way to corrode electronics. The silicon, why would it do that? I guess if you don't, if it pulls away a little bit, it could leave, it could make a little pocket for water to hide. Make a little room for an ant to hide. Nature's candy in my hand, or can, or pie. Why is there an XB in here? Who does XB? Jeez. Yeah, these are a bunch of little antenna connectors, and part of that is these boards that I have that are just 2.4 gigahertz antennas. And then I've got some that I've pulled from a laptop that I could use potentially. As long as I could just cram it in there, it'll be good enough. I'll have an antenna dog. We're adding some weird stuff to my dog. But she will have the pimpest, oudiest collar in existence. So if we're adding this battery, because this battery is about the size of the enclosure, yeah, there's no other room for anything else. Let's get the leads off of this battery, which means I got to get rid of this little bit of hot glue. So just a little spritz of alcohol, rubbing alcohol, and then the hot glue just capitulates. It just falls off. So I think we are going with the ESP32C3. I just want to see if I can maximize some of the features of this thing. And I'll have to order them. They'll come in the mail, and then we'll play around with it directly and see if 3v3 is good enough. I would probably rather have full 5-volt lights, but putting some kind of a smart regulator. Oh, wait, no, but we've got the ESP32 is managing the battery. So ESP32 is managing the battery. So we'll just have to test things with battery power, I guess. It'll start at 4 volts and then degrade from there. I don't want to directly connect it, though. To keep this in user mod simple, easy to use, basic implementation of low power capabilities. Provided the ESP, you need more advanced control. You're welcome to implement your own. No, I want you to do it. User mod installation, define settings. GPIO is the pin to use for wake up. Wake when high, low, pin state for the trigger. Pull up, down, disable. Enable to disable the internal pull up resistors during sleep. Interesting. That may be a way that we would be able to detect whether or not we're in sleep. Wake after. Set larger than ESP0. The ESP will automatically wake up after this many seconds. Turn LEDs on after power up. Delay sleep. Okay. So to override the default settings, wake up in X. Define the pin to use for wake up. And there's a list of usable pins. Wake when high. Wake when low. Disable pull. See, it seems like we can't disable Wi-Fi. That would be a good power saving thing for us. So hardware set up to wake from a deep sleep on an external trigger signal on the confirmed GPIO is required when using timed only wake up. So the on-off button would be just an on-off button. It would not be able to change modes. This is where, so the more features I want to build in, the more it points towards 2 microcontrollers. But it seems like we can get away with this here. I mean, on the ESP32C3, 0 to 5 GPIO for the button. The button wakes it up. Does the button put it to sleep? During sleep, no Wi-Fi, no CPU, no output. When we wake it up is with an external signal or a button. Once it wakes up from deep sleep, it reboots. Yeah, so I'd have to set the playlist in there and everything, and maybe I would have to use the phone to turn it off, which would be very annoying from coming in from a walk. I think maybe you can have the button power it down. Okay, I'll have to order one. We'll just play with it then, which means we're not going to be using any 5 volts. Well, everything will be at battery voltage or 3 volts. We don't have a lot of LEDs anyway. This is a relatively small number of LEDs. We'll just have to see if this thing functions at the voltages that I want it to. And then if we're only fitting the ESP, then here, let's do a size fitment here. The 3 to 5 volt converter I would like to put in there, because if I can have that enable off of one of the input pull-ups, then we can have it disabled when the device is off, and it'll provide the full bore 5 volts to our device. But I don't want it to get hot. We have to be careful that it doesn't get hot. And I think that regulator can tend to get hot. This is connected to a ground pin, so I'm having a lot of trouble desoldering it. Add the ESP Alexa library so you can control the collar by voice. Where's Willow? And then the collar goes, like, lights up. There's just like a disco in the next room. Where's my puppy dog? And the like light spills in from afar. Let's get like a little piece of tape over one of these. Little Captain tape. This is like exploring the early part of the project. We can't go too far with it because I need new hardware. I need to buy one of these these Seed Studio Zhaos. They're very useful little microcontrollers in that they are cheap and very, very capable. I happen to have some, but they're not the right processor, not the right hardware set. Okay, I'm just gonna do one wire then. Oh, my hand's cramping. Jeez. Damn it. It's like diabetes. There's a buildup of lactic acid, and also I haven't eaten anything today. And so I open my hand up, and the muscles want to open it up further. Could use an ESP with GPS and LoRa, so it's also a tracker. I could, I don't want to. I do not need to track my puppy. Here, I'm just gonna clip the red leads so that we don't short out instead of trying to put tape on it. A little piece of Kapton tape is usually all that's required. This looks like it has a charge board on it too. No, wait, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I think that's what that is, a little charge board. Little protection board on the LiPo cell, that's good. All right, so there's the LiPo cell inside of the container. We have just enough room for an ESP. Do we also have room for barely enough room? Yeah, so it's I would either shave down the board a little bit or get the NRF 52840, and your dog's future collar can be a keyboard. That's what I do with the RP 2040. I think I can shave that, and hopefully I can shave it on the other one so that it'll fit. Just take that little bit of material off of there. Maybe whack a little material off of this side too. Otherwise, I'd have to like sand down the plastic, and I don't really want to have to do that. This is like so close to fitting perfectly. You can't do, wait, not a wireless keyboard? Yeah, because like that's perfect, and that'll fit inside of the thing, with the lid having a little height on it. And then the other thing is like, where's that power button? Because I'll have to potentially just glue a button to the top of the thing. Yeah, we got the two buttons like that. Like, I mean, yeah, I think I just have to glue a button onto the top of it. Squeeze an antenna in. I've got all these little board antennas. The antenna is going to be the trivial part. I can definitely fit that in there. I may have to shorten some of these connectors, but you know, it's just down to like, can I fit that? Yeah, probably. That's a 2.4 gigahertz. One of these is a 5, and the other one is a 2.4 from a laptop. But like, can I fit that? Yeah, absolutely. Or I could just expose. This is GPS. This is a GPS antenna, tiny one. You said idea. This thing lit up. If my chat says idea, the good idea light turns on. Did I have an antenna out? There was one of the bigger ones in here. What happened to it? I mean, push comes to shove, I could just do like an exposed center line antenna. It's just a little traditional antenna inside of it. So that's the easy part. Fitting the antenna is the easy part. I just put it on the other side of the battery. There's a little bit of room. I think. Well, maybe not. You can cram it up in the front section. Now, the other question I need to look at is whether or not one of these 3 to 5 volt boards, it does fit. It does fit. It would need minimal modifications. These are not as small as I would like them to be, but with the RP20, or sorry, the ESP32 in the rear section, I've offered myself enough room to potentially fit one of these 3 to 5 volt converters. The only question is, can I now have that converter go the F to sleep? I need to look at whatever this board is. Like, what are these two contacts? Out plus, out minus. That looks like a minus over there. The final concern is whether or not this thing gets hot. Hot, 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 heat hot. So the controller here is what? 3F 31 equals 131, or I need to look up QSKJ. QSKJ 325 volt. Oh, there it is. I'm always shocked at how easy these things are to search. Does this one have an LED on it? Might. I might have to take the LED out of it. Okay, tell me more. I get nothing. Input 1 to 5, output 5. Current rated 1 to 1.5 amps. So that's with a single lithium battery input. Perfect. This is perfect. 96% efficiency. That's pretty good. 500 kilohertz. Ripples 30 volt max. Voltage indication LED with a load. Operating temperature, full load, 30C. Quiescent current, 130 microamps. So that's a lot compared to the ESP. If we can shut this down, that would be perfect. Wiring, welding, what? Huh? Wait, what? What? Huh? This looks like it's perfect for our application. Although the output current is well above what we need. And I'll probably have to shave off some of the sides of the board in order to fit it, unless we 3D print an enclosure. But it looks like I can recycle the enclosure, and it'll still feel like a cheap piece of Amazon crap. This thing feels cheap, I know, but it's got a lot of really advanced electronics in it now. I would like to know more about the controller. Efficiency, 96 module, 3 to 5, Alibaba, step-up boost module directly from them. Mantech Electronics. That is literally just a picture of it. Why are we boosting the voltage? Because this at 3 volts is barely illuminated. And if I can get that extra punch out of it, that would be awesome. At 5 volts, this looks a lot different. And if I were to power it directly off of the 4 point whatever volt battery, I'd probably need to have some kind of a FET in there in order to provide me with a cutoff. And I could potentially use the input pull-ups to power the FET. So if we've got an input pull-up on a pin, then that would be active when the device is active, and then when it goes to sleep, it would go low, that would cut off the FET. So maybe I don't need the boost converter. If I use this boost converter on everything, the quiescent current is pretty high, but it will keep the voltages the same. But all that's already built into the RP2040. You know, you might be right about this one as well, is that I don't need it, because if the ESP powers off due to low power, it should theoretically be able to cut off that FET that I put in. So I think all I really need is just a good FET, and then we'd be at like 4.7 volts when we're at nominal power, and that would be provided through a MOSFET. Okay, let me just bump this up to 4.7. 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 4 volts instead of 3. That's 4.7 volts. That's pretty bright, actually. That's not bad. Although we'd be using the different LED strip. We haven't configured wLED for that yet. I think a lot of barely illuminated is due to the sheer length of the strip you're currently using. Yeah, let's test the real strip. Let's get our real strip on here. So let me get some short leads, and we'll solder those to this, and we'll see how well, actually, we'll just steal the leads from the LPD8806. This is more what I'd use if I put it like around the shop. I have a 6 amp max. This is only drawing 180 amps, so milliamps. Cool though. This looks really cool. How many LEDs do we have in this strip? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, great. It had to be that. It had to be a weird number, didn't it? 17. And then let's put some leads on the ends here. And I'll power this down. And I'll unplug the wLED controller. We're still going to use the 88 ESP, whatever, the thing that we've already got configured because we've got it all uploaded already. The feather board would have been cool too. It's an 88 ESP 8826 that has power stuff on it. It's an Adafruit board. It's old. It would have been nice to use that old board that I don't have any use for. All right, so these here, I'm going to steal these leads. Unfortunately, this is supposed to be a project that uses parts up in the shop, because I am drowning in parts. And we've got the whole bullshit situation with tariffs going on. And so my shop became a whole lot less global in terms of my ability to source things. What's up, Tiku Dragon? How you doing? A whole lot less global in terms of my ability to source electronics. And so I'm trying to do more projects that don't require me to order things. This immediately dove into, hey, why don't you order this different ESP because it'll run wLED and all the low power functions that you need it to. And it's like, damn it. Almost immediately turned into a liar. Just right off the bat. 3, 2, 1, you're a liar. Aw. All right, so alternative LED strip. I would like to solder to it. Where'd my vise? Oh, it's all the way over here. All the way over here. Okay, so over here we've got that. Let's get these things out of the way. This is going to be cool, though, when we get it running. I'm kind of excited for this. This is going to be a really cool little project for Willow. And then we're going to go to the microscope, which reset, and I wasn't able to calibrate it very well, so things are a little crazy. The video feed is kind of weird until I calibrate the Logitech webcam. See how weird that is? It's very annoying. Here, I'm going to restart Stream Deck so that I can actually configure this, because that little vibration is very annoying. The camera is in like a low light mode right now. So what I'll do is I'll go to Stream Deck, quit Stream Deck. Yes, I would like to quit it. Oh no, all of my controls are dead. Open it up again. Now it'll have control of the Logitech cameras that I can do the calibration for the microscope. We're going to do a quick test to see this LED strip and what it'll look like. Maybe I can put it into the collar too. See how bright it is. Okay, so there's that. And so there it is. Took a minute. That scared me. So if I do the calibration for the microscope, we should flip over to that scene. We didn't flip over to the scene. What the heck? There we go. Okay, and now we don't get weird video, weird frame rates from this thing. Cool. Very cool. So yeah, what we're doing is we are making a shock collar that will shock me if Willow barks. No, I don't have a shock collar anymore. I threw it out. It was a fun single stream project from an Amazon deal day, and it's topical right now. But we're not doing anything with shocking. What we're doing is we are making Willow's LED collar use wLED. Started using my scope camera for micro soldering. It's quite very useful, huh? Quite useful. All right, I'm gonna tape this down with a piece of Captain tape so that it holds in place. Captain tape. It's a high temperature tape that doesn't leave any residue. Very useful in working on electronics. I don't seem to be using it very much, but for something like this, it's either this or blue tack. And Flatulent Gonad is clearly not here right now, so I don't have to use blue tack. I don't know what it is with the Brits, man. They have like blue tack in their blood. He swears by the stuff. He uses it to hold down D-sub connectors to solder. I'm trying to flatten this out. I think it's the bestest tape. It is a really good tape. When it's useful, it is really very useful. All right, so just big solder over here. Oh, let me oh, the power supply's off. Okay, never mind. Never mind. So yeah, it looks like we can fit everything into this case, and we probably don't need to do any voltage conversions. So I'm actually putting a smaller overall footprint inside of the thing, which is really quite cool. use that extra space for some extra battery. I don't know how long this thing will last. That's part of, we need to get the specifications from the power supply, and that'll give us an idea of how long that poor one cell battery will be able to function with this thing. The deep sleeping is a key feature of this though. If I do this, then my ground and my 5 volt are the same color. So I'm going to actually do white, white, blue. That way, if I screw up, it'll just be connecting D to ground. Because remember, the first time I tested the strip, I hooked it up backwards and didn't realize, damn it, there we go. Okay, it's good enough for a test. Ugh, I don't like that. I'm going to leave it alone, though. Okay, so we've got our simulated battery here, our simulated battery, and I've got ground going to ground. This is ground. Ground. This one is power. And then we need to configure wLED to figure out what pin we're using. So ground and power, I've got ground running common to the ESP, and we're not providing power to the ESP. We're doing that through USB. This is just a simple testing board that I have. So power this up and go into the wLED settings. Let's see here. That would be on the wLED IP address, which I've lost. It's somewhere in here. I'll find it. I'll find it. Man, new tube, those new tubes are so cool. I must spend $100 on them. I must buy. I'll figure that out at some point. Okay, so here we are. We're in the wLED, so we can go to configure it, and we can do the LED preferences. Is that right? Yeah. And this one is what? What are you? I don't know. I think we're gonna go with WS2812. I think these are the onboard WS2812s, right? I don't know if they're bees. Bees. We could try WS2812B. Wait. ArtNet. Oh, that's cool. It does ArtNet. That's interesting. So with ArtNet, I could maybe interface. I could make my old Washers game into. I could do so much better on that Washers game these days. The really cool thing about that Washers game was the processing script that would render the splash effect across the LEDs. I had to animate it using shapes, and so processing is really good for that. Processing was the predecessor to Arduino. They made the IDE, I believe, to be similar to or out of the building blocks of processing. Where's the WS2812B? 2811, 28.1, 2801. I guess we're just doing 28X. Start, and our length is 17. Data GPIO. Keep it on 12, I guess. That means it's 6 or 7. I think 6 is 12. So let's plug this into 6. And I guess we can give this voltage now. It shouldn't be any downside. Power on. Hey, okay. But they're not, wait, are they doing stuff? I haven't hit save yet. I haven't hit save. Data GPIO 12, and let's just save. So presumably, I should be able to change the colors. So if we go to red, it's red. If we go to blue, it's green. If we go to green, it's blue. Okay, so we've got to change our color order configuration, LED preferences, and green and blue once more we are flipping. So it would be GRB, so GUR border. Save. And now our color swatches, we got green, we get the blue, we get the red. Good stuff. All right, so blink rainbow. That's a terrible one. This is pretty bright under 4.7 volts. These are a trooper. I have denser LED things coming in the mail, but you can see how easy it is to just reconfigure a bunch of the LEDs. This is going to be pretty dense and pretty visible out there. I'm going to cram it into the leash just to show what's going to be possible. I would love it if that ESP had an accelerometer on it. That would have been so cool. I'm just going to have to replug it in. I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in. Let's try to get that in there. Yeah. There you go. You can just twist it within itself. And the problem is the LED's catching on everything. That does not want to feed in. Maybe I'll give it a couple angle cuts on the end here. So it feeds in a little easier. Just two little thingies. Then I should be able to wedge this thing all the way through. So we didn't have to do the really clever idea of plugging this in together because we've got that low power mode enabling thing program. Which, you know, it's a little unfortunate we didn't get to do sort of the hack and slash. I need something to like straighten this out. Hold on, I got an idea. I got an idea, chat. It's always easier to pull these things out, huh? There's no intention of innuendo on that. All right, so I'm just going to open it up with the rod. Yeah, because that's pretty tight. Tight. Maybe that'll go in a little bit easier. Goes down smooth. Wade Boggs. There we go. That made it a lot easier. Hey, how about that? Never spare the rod. That's what I always... Wait a minute. No, that's not what I always say. Oh yeah, this is going to be cool. Getting this to go all the way to the bottom. I'm going to have to recut a piece of LEDs because this won't go all the way down. And then I'll have to have like a flying lead on the end. Or an LED that's not visible will be under here. Let's plug it back in though. Oh god, I don't know which one of these is which. Wait a minute. One of them is ground and the other one is our signal. Ground there. Power here. And then pin 6. I can't see. Willow's barking at the door, so naturally I would be getting shocked. Huh? Nothing? Why nothing? Power supply's on. There's no current draw. My leads are probably flipped. This one's ground. Okay, so ground. Power. I really should have incorporated a third jumper color into this because I cannot see which one is which. Nothing. Nothing! Okay, so I gotta flip these two. Make sure that's on D6. That's on D6, so flip this and this. D6. Ground. There we go. Okay, now they're on. That's not blink rainbow. Oh, I see. They're changing color as they blink. That's cool. That's going to be pretty visible. And then when I get the denser LEDs in, I could do a job like waterproofing it. But like that ESP is going to fit really well to the point where I can actually position the power button to be right below the on-off. I could seal it again, either with, I don't know, use some kind of an RTV to seal it up again, and that way it'll be waterproof once more. Although Willow's not exactly jumping in any puddles. Blurs. That's pretty cool. Here, without this light on. That doesn't help you guys see it anymore. That doesn't really work. Bouncing ball. There's all kinds of weird stuff that I can do. BPM, we don't have audio input on this. Candle. Be like an orange candle. We can go fully Halloween themed here. Candle is actually one where it like makes a pattern, so we don't have that. That's gonna be so much fun. This song and dance is why I invested in spools of ribbon cable and a big box of JST connectors and jumper leads. Yeah, I've got boxes of JSTs. I guess I could have made jumpers for it. I could have made it. I could have made jumpers. That takes that little bit of extra time, whereas just resoldering it keeps things rolling around here, right? We keep stuff happening. So I'm gonna have to order that thing off of Amazon. Hopefully there's enough stock, American stock in this stuff. So if I choose Chun Chun, that's what it's called. It's called Chun, I don't know. And then I reset this thing. Is it gonna come back to, oh, there's a brightness on it too. That's full brightness. That's low brightness. You can see it very subtly changes. Man, I could put like a light sensor on it so that if it's dark out, this thing is dimmed and we get more battery life out of it. Currently, we are drawing 60 milliamps. 60 milliamps is really good. And this is a 250 milliwatt hour battery discharge calculator. I'm going to open up a calculator because I don't feel like thinking right now. DigiKey has all these really helpful calculators, so we can just get like a battery life calculation going on. So 250 milliamp hour. Or is that a milliwatt hour? Which one was it? $250 milliamp hour. Okay, milliamp hour. So 250. Device consumption. Let's say we're running this pattern, which is 60. 4 hours. That's pretty good. 4 hours is pretty good. So what if this thing was white? You racist. Where is that? It's right here. No, not there. It's closed. I'm going to close all these things that I don't need. What are you? DMX output. I don't need to look at that right now. wLED library install. That's wLED. Close that. I'm going to get rid of some of these extra things. We are going to have to do this, by the way. Or no, not this. We're going to have to hook up the LED screen directly to the Raspberry Pi. So here's wLED. So if I do solid white, 460 milliamps. Woo! That's with the full brightness. All right, let's go dynamic orange and turn that down. Yeah, and it's actually too bright like this. I'm gonna have the brightness. That's so much better. So with the dynamic thing on there, we've got like 90 milliamps. So full white is 450 milliamps, which means our battery would last 33 minutes. One walk and the thing would be discharged. But under the one we're running right now, we get about 2 hours and 50 minutes, which is 3 hours is a long walk at night. That's exactly what I do, Poopsie Doodle. It's like, I love how I can have a sincere conversation with Poopsie Doodle and really connect with them on a personal level for somebody with the name Poopsie Doodle. I love it. That's what I love about Twitch. Yeah, don't forget to recharge it. Yeah, well, with this cyber awesomeness of a collar, I would not forget to recharge it. And then in the future, I would love to incorporate more sensors into it. But so anyway, what I was saying to Poopsie Doodle, I'm going to continue to repeat the name. I don't trust my own math as far as I can throw it. I would spend so much time on exams checking over my own numbers just to get the problem wrong and then get docked points, even though I sort of knew how to do the math problem. I am bad at math, but I am somebody who knows a ton of math because I did control systems engineering. I really learned how to program my calculator quite well because it is a machine and the machine knows the numbers as long as you know the numbers you should be getting out of the machine. It's the same thing with AI, is that you have to know you have to know what your answer is gonna look like in order to even know if the AI is doing something stupid. Same way with calculators. And so that's just the way I've been. Is this getting hot? It's clearly warm. I can hear Willow scuffling around upstairs. It's not like hot to the touch, but there is heat coming from the LEDs. I mean, look at that. And this density of LEDs is interesting. It's not sort of a continuous color. It's just little dots along the thing. Now you guys can't really see because the way the cameras treat everything. Let me try to... Oh, these are still broken. Great. We'll go into Node Red in order to turn off my desk lights. Go into Stream Deck and go to Toggle Stand Shop Game Mill Lighthouse. Where's desk? Desk. This can see a little better. This is like evening conditions. This is very bright. Happen to be a piece of shit on the internet you can relate with. Just because you can't do math doesn't mean you need to be a piece of shit. That's what all my teachers used to tell me. This is going to be cool. Man, let's look at some of these other wLED things, because I can make like a playlist that this thing will go through while Willow's pooping around outside. Both literally and as a phrase, meaning she's just doing stuff. DJ Light. Whoa! Cyberdog. This is shocking. I love this. So we're gonna get a Seed Studio Zhao ESP-C3 that has battery charging capabilities. It will potentially, I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to put a MOSFET on the battery leading to the LED strip, so that when this goes into deep sleep, the input pull-up gets disabled, and so the line that's enabling the MOSFET goes blank, and that'll turn off the LED strip so that we don't get the quiescent draw of all the WS2812s. We will also put in a button. I will add an extra button and potentially have to just hot glue it onto the top of this thing, depending on where that on-off is. I can preserve the USB-C from the other one, and that means we can have that rubber door that covers this over, and then I'll have to have the strip come into here and have the leads and the FET just sitting over here. I could maybe make a connection board on that and just hang it off of this side. The board I'm currently holding is an RP2040 Seed Zhao. Seed Studio Zhao has a bunch of different microcontrollers that they support, and so you can get all these different flavors of Zhao. You can get like classic Arduino, you can get RP2040. This has no Wi-Fi. Yeah, this does not have Wi-Fi. The one that I will buy, the $8 one that I'm gonna buy, has a connection for an antenna, and I have a bunch of antennas that I can connect to it that I've squirreled away from all kinds of different sources. So we can put an antenna inside of this thing and it'll still be able to connect to Wi-Fi. What I wish I could do is disable the Wi-Fi on it. But if the Wi-Fi is enabled and it's able to get into my router, that means that I'll be able to change stuff on the fly if I want to. Willow will be none the smarter. We get like 1 or 2 bars on most of the areas of our walk, and if it loses Wi-Fi, I think it'll still perform its pattern. So, but it would be really cool if I could do some kind of an interesting dynamic effect that had to do with, like, you know, a motion sensor. That would be the ideal. I don't really want to put a microphone in it, although it would be kind of interesting if she barks and the whole thing lights up. I don't know if there's like a cheapo... I do have some cheapo microphone modules here that maybe I could hook up. Flow stripe. Whoa. Okay, let's see here. That one draws 90 milliamps. Damn. Jiggles. Oh no, it's juggles. That's a cool one. Cyber Dog. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be awesome. wLED microphone. LEDs react to music and light up in time. First implemented by Sound Reactive Fork. As of wLED version 14, user mods available with the original LED too. Since version 15, the user mod has been included in the official release. Okay, so this is with a Max 4466. The mics that I have, I mean, I have one of these modules somewhere. I don't know where. But the ones that I would want to use are like this little cell phone ones. So they won't really pick up bass very well, but that's not that important for what I'm trying to do. Let's bring this back. The light detector is another one that really intrigues me because I could put a photocell or an LDR on one of the inputs, and then as the sun goes down, it'll get brighter. I don't think I'll implement that right away, but still, that's something that I'm thinking about. I mean, we got the ability to do all these cool things, so why not do them? Laser distance sensor. I don't think that'll be useful. Where do the microphones go? I had some very basic microphone-y kind of things in here. You're a microphony. No, I'm really real. I keep it real. How could you say such a thing? Somewhere in here, there is a little one of those little cell phone microphone breakouts, and it is so unused that I don't know where the heck it is. And if I can find it, we could put it into this thing, and then it could, when Willow barks, we could have it flash really bright. That's sync the dog to the computer screen of the TV with any of the Ambilight software tool. That'd be great. 80XL 345 accelerometer to make the LEDs dance with music. I have one of those sitting somewhere around. I don't know. Did I take it out? I've got them like all over the place. They're all over the place. I've got one on the 3D printer, so I bought a pack of a bunch of them. Let's see if I can find a microphone module. Or an LDR. There was an LDR module that came with this sensor kit, and it was a piece of crap, but those are touch-sensitive buttons. That actually would be a pretty decent thing to put on there. Just seal the whole thing and have a touch-sensitive button, turn it on and off. What's this guy? What are you? What are you? That's a 6-axis motion sensor. I think that's a little bit much. What are you? I don't have anywhere to put stuff down. Are we married to wLED, or could we make it 100? Could we make 100 times more work and write something for RP40 Zhao? I think a lot of this stream has been vetting out wLED specifically. If it didn't have one of those like sleep functions that I really wanted, then we could potentially move the whole thing out. I like the patterns that wLED has, and you can like get more patterns for it and stuff because everybody's using it. That universality allows me to have all of these really cool LED things going on. I am the type that would program it from scratch I use the fast LED library a lot, and I know how to manipulate the matrices and stuff in order to make really cool low computing power LED patterns happen. But this is so much more appealing. It's just so much easier. What are you? Oh, you're just the touch button. Yeah, this would be really cool to use, but then you have to power it up all the time, so I don't think that's a good idea. A physical button is much less draw usy. My words are starting to fail. I've been streaming for a little while now. This is a 6-axis IMU. This is probably way too much. It's also too big. It would barely fit in here. Yeah, that's not, so we won't use that. But I do somewhere around here have microphones. Little cell phone-y sized microphone modules that are good for this. It's hard to see this right now, but it's, yeah. What are you? You're something else. Let's see. Oh, a little infrared brake beam for like a mechanism. Just break the beam right there. This could be a good 0-point indicator for the burn the subs, but we're just going to use the thing where it crashes the axis. That's much easier. That's another bounce sensor. That sensor kit was really cool. It came with a lot of like interesting little things. I don't know what that one is. Where do those mic boards go? I have these little boards that have this little microphone thing. What is you? Wait, what the heck? This might actually be an accelerometer, but it's got this huge voltage regulator on it. Ah! There's a different build of wLED called Night Driver that's worth looking at for cool effects. It's made by the guy who wrote Windows Task Manager in the 90s. Wow, that sounds kind of cool. What are you? What is this thing? Is this some kind of a motion sensor? I think this is an accelerometer board. That would be something that I would really like to put on Willow. How much is your dog accelerated today? Let's find out. This is the 80XL, so this would be the goated typical accelerometer that people use for everything. So this may be, I'm going to see if we can incorporate that with this, if there's an accelerometer plugin for wLED. But what I'm looking for right now is just this does actually, we can incorporate the temperature and humidity sensor if we want to. I don't think my dog needs to have a temperature and humidity sensor though in her repertoire. Magnet sensor, a mercury thing. Hold on, I'm looking through, I'm digging through all of these little sensors that I've got. What was that one? Oh, a Dallas semiconductor temperature sensor. These are mighty, mighty useful. These are really good. You can put a capacitor on them and put them at the end of a long run of wires. And I'm probably going to make an ESP project soon that I plug into just like a little 5-volt power supply, and I have the 2 branches of my hot water heater hooked up to the, like either running as a Tasmota device or as something that can communicate with the Node-RED stuff, so that I can see if people are taking a shower, so I don't use their hot water, and so I have enough hot water so that I can take a shower. What are you? TSL? Oh, lux sensor. So this is a light sensor that does RGB. A gas sensor so that you can get notified when she needs a walk. I may be hooked up to all kinds of electronics, but I'm not interested in hooking my dog up to a whole bunch of electronics. Thank you very much. Guy Mbep. What? Oh, it's a microphone. There we go. This is one of those microphones that I'm thinking about putting in the box. BMP 280. Looks like I got a couple of them. I just want to see if there's a plug-in for this thing. I have like 4 of these. Why do I have so many of these? I guess they came in a pack. Crazy. I got all these accelerometer boards too. That's an I2C ADC. Okay, so those are the things that I want to look at is accelerometer and microphone, and then I also happen to have, I found my LDR that we can poke through the edge. We can poke this, we can heat up the leads and poke it through, and then it'll have a little light sensor that we can use in order to dim or brighten our LEDs. This is awesome. This is everything that I wanted this thing to do. You have lots of gadgets. It was a 301 set of breadboardable sensors in this box, and then I moved everything out of the box, and I just have my collection of weird stuff in here. So this is all of my like prototyping bin. So there's always going to be a lot of really cool stuff in the prototyping bin. Always, always. Let's get some of this stuff put away so that it's not as distracting. And then I want to look in these plugins and see what we can do, because it looks like I'll be able to do a lot of the stuff that I want to, which I'm pretty jazzed about. That's actually really cool. I'll have accelerometer hooked up, maybe, and have, I don't know what this one goes over here. I really want the accelerometer because I want to have a threshold by which the animations change. And then we'll also have the microphone in there so that when she barks, it'll light up differently. I love that. That sounds awesome. This is totally worth it. I'm glad I did this project. It's filling me with the kind of creativity that I was lacking lately. Okay, so let's take a look over here. Let's look at the plugins and see whether or not we can do like the 80XL in it, the accelerometer. Where was that list of, here it is. This is a list of settings if we, that's right, these are all of the things. So audio reactive for use with 0.5x, audio reactive with air cookie, remove audio reactive, DS18B20 temperature. I don't think we need temperature reaction. DHT11, we do have that. BH1750 ambient light, don't have that. We're looking for like resistive, yeah, thingamajig. Auto save, that's probably what I need. Auto save. 4-line display, ping pong clock, word clock, analog clock. Rotary encoders, no. Animated staircase, multi-relay, no. Battery. Battery is probably a plugin that we want. Battery user mod. Battery level, voltage, I like it, I like it, I like it. Features, displays current battery level, displays battery level, on-off switch, low power indicator. Platformio. Oh, do I have to actually, under custom user mods? Oh, that's perfect. So I can actually have a battery indicator light on the thing. Oh, the BMP280 is an altimeter. Damn it! I don't need to know the altitude of my dog. Okay, I'll have to find one of those microphones then. I know I had a couple little microphone modules. I just don't know where in this bin they got to, and this bin is starting to get kind of really disorganized. A couple years ago, I stopped everything and reorganized it, but let me see here. Oh, turn the light back on. Where would the microphone be? It would be like way at the bottom of this one. There's a pressure sensor. I have multiple different digital pressure sensors in here. Ripped them off of a CPAP machine. I think Megasquirt uses them too. These are all distance sensors. We did a distance sensor day where we looked through a bunch of different distance sensors to see what was good about them, what the good technologies were. It's another 6-axis. No, this is a laser bounce sensor. Okay, got an ultrasonic sensor. There's a bunch of laser distances. What's this one? Particle sensor? Huh. Okay, none of those are relevant. I know I got a microphone in one of these, I remember. I installed the big microphone one in that LED headgear for Halloween, so I don't know where the other little like cell phone mic boards went. I could maybe harvest the thing out of the Halloween headgear. Just need to go over there with a pair of wire cutters and cut it out. Because yeah, I don't see anything that resembles the mic board. And I wouldn't have done anything with it for a while. Actually, somewhere in here, there's also one of those traditional microphone boards that I've got modified. Yeah, this one. This one is a frequency band creator. It makes 7 frequency bands out of the audio that it hears. And I customized that onto a little breakout board. So we'd have to figure out what the connection to that is. It looks like, oh yeah, that's where a wire was. Yeah, that looks like we've already cut it out of the headgear. So this could do frequency band stuff, and then I could incorporate that into the animation, but I don't know if it's supported by wLED. We haven't seen any evidence of the incorporation of this. Everyone should know the altitude of their dog. It's 10 o'clock. How high is your dog? Microphones will be I2S, and there's 3 data lines. I know we're running out of pins. I can't see the part number on this, but it's a 7-band frequency thing that uses a little microphone. So that may be an option. There might even be support for it. I'm not sure. I know somewhere in here there's an actual like little metal box microphone that might be I2S. I'm not totally certain. What was that one? Some kind of thing. Technically, it's a thingy. The microphone would be the most fun. I could do just well, the accelerometer would be the good one to do there. You could also put in something a little bit more analog and just have a button so that when she's jumping around, it'll change patterns. This is basically a spring that's got contacts around it. So that would be a sort of the more simple way to implement some kind of a change in mode when the dog's jumping around all crazy. Because mostly I want this thing to be automated. I don't want to have to pull out my cell phone and start poking at it, because walks don't last that long. We just don't take that long on walks. So I don't want to have to sit there and configure this thing. I literally want to pop it around her neck, hit the button, and we're good to go. And so all these cool things just are like intrinsic to the collar. And I know this is a lot for a collar project, but we are cooking. Like, this is going together. It's actually quite incredible. It's just the holdup is going to be ordering the microcontrollers and then figuring out what we can and cannot get away with. But so far, this has been just trucking along. We are accomplishing goals at a rapid rate, and we sort of vetted out all of our ideas. I'll just order the microcontroller, and when that gets in, we'll be able to do something with it. All right, I can't find the microphone board. It might exist inside of here somewhere, but it is not showing up in the immediate. Like all these sensor boards, I know one of these was a mic. Dallas semiconductor temperature sensor. I don't really think I need to incorporate that into wLED. I mean, it could detect when it's fall and do fall colors. You have entered fall temperature. I don't see a microphone board anywhere. It's like when I don't want to find it, it's constantly in my face. But when I do want to find it, it's gone. It's just not part of this earth anymore. I don't know if these are... Okay, I'll have to look through this more later. You know, for all I know, they could have gotten into another bin. Oh. Yeah, we don't have any space. We have no room at all. We've got this tiny, this is already pretty small for an enclosure. And so we're gonna fit the jowl. I think I might have to shave the PCB a little bit to get it to fit. And that'll fit exactly where the USB-C plug went. So that solves our problem in terms of like needing to have the USB-C charger and waterproofing. We've got the rubber door that can go over the end. Maybe I can put a bead of RTV around this and then seal it up again. And then over here somewhere, I'll need to hang a tactile button that'll sit underneath the on-off connection. I could also, hopefully, put maybe like a surface mount LED on that in order to illuminate whether or not, you know, we have got good charge status. Although That's not visible inside. So I guess we're gonna have to do an external charge indicator for when I plug it in. Maybe I can just take over some of these LEDs and have them do a charge indication. I can also get in with Wi-Fi and see what the charge is, but that seems kind of crazy. This stuff will not be visible, so this will be inside of the fabric here. You won't be able to see the on-off charging light when this thing is in operation. If I can, I would love to put in the IMU sensor, and that'll require me to shave the ends off of this board here and stick it just right there. The IMU can go there. This light sensor should probably go through the side of the enclosure, and we can just heat up the leads on a soldering iron and just poke them in. And then if it's facing upwards, which that's upwards because this pulls on the collar, this would be facing the dog. But if the dog was in sunlight at all, that thing could dim or could boost these up. And then when the dog is in the dark, it'll dim them down so that they're a consistent visibility. This isn't totally necessary though. We might just have a fixed visibility on the whole thing. The motion sensor is what really intrigues me. This will not fit with everything else. There's a little bit of space right in front of the battery though. And if I could find one of those microphones, I could potentially carve this front piece out a little bit and put something like a microphone. Because the microphone would be by far and away the funniest thing that I could put in here. Because when she barks, it'll do like a light pattern. I think that would be amazing. So anyway, the ideas are flowing. We have all kinds of good ideas going around here. We're perfect to operate with a lithium-ion battery. I just need to buy the right microcontroller. And with that, the stream is over. I have been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I don't typically go much longer than that. I would like to, but my brain literally turns into mush. And maybe it's because streaming is a mental injury. You know, the signs of like serious brain damage and the things you see streamers do kind of have this big overlap. It's kind of a lot. So doing the engineering stuff on camera, it takes a little bit out of you. I've had a lot of fun today though. We've been kind of relaxed and sort of flipping subjects back and forth and talking about a bunch of different things. And in the end, I think chat was very shocked by my dog collar. Good stuff. Blame chat. Yeah, some of the feedback from chat is literally giving me brain damage. Cosmo Quest rated, Last Miles rated. Those were some very generous rates. Thank you both so much for doing that, and thank you to the subs. The next stream will be. I didn't do that. Hold on, I got to do the thing. Tuesday is the 14th. Tuesday on the 14th. So let me go to my admin section, where I post all of these salacious images of myself via AI, and copy and paste this little thing right here. I know the signs. I know what you are. You're brain damaged like me. 21st? Wait, that sounds like that's in 10 days. Wait a minute. 14th. Jeez. And then on the 15th, I get more tooth work done. Yay. I seriously, I could have bought a used car for the amount of money that I'm... End. So, here's the end card. Here's the I hit enter in the wrong application. Here's the end card. We're going to work on this dog collar more. We might work on it more Tuesday, because that gives me time for parts to get here. It gives me Monday at least for shipping to occur. So I'm actually going to jump over to Amazon tab before I even end and hit order on not the power supply stuff. We don't need that. We figured out that we did not need anything power supply related, because this it'll operate for like 2 to 4 hours on this battery, which is awesome. I can't be happier with this. So one of these is $8. I'm going to get 3 and just hit buy now. Make sure that this is Steed Studio Zhao ESP32C3 tiny MCU board with Wi-Fi, Bluetooth Low Energy for Internet of Things controlling scenario, microcontroller with battery charge, power efficient, and rich interface for tiny machine learning by. Oh no, I've got to sign in on this one. Let me see if I can remember it. And then I'm going to get 10,000 emails saying that somebody tried to sign in. There was a problem. don't look at the reflection on my glasses. Nope, didn't get it the second try. All right, so I'll do that later. I need to remember to order that. And I will order it. And I will catch you all later. Thank you for joining me. We'll be back on Tuesday. This is where I flip scenes.